Hello everybody, hello YouTube, hello Bone King, hello Jump Boy, hello Blues. Let's do some green. Let's do some green. This is England 6. Do I have what it takes today? We'll do a quick overview of things. Oh, hello there, Mr. P. We'll do a quick overview of both England and green. So we're against England. We lose if they have 7 or more buildings in a single land. Their escalation effect is they'll build an additional building in the land with most buildings. They don't actually need invaders in a land to build there as long as there are 2 adjacent buildings before the build action. That bit's actually important. So builds don't kind of chain into other builds. Though, you just can't, I think generally you just have to assume they're going to be building pretty much regardless. Some sap stuff. An extra build tile down here. Cheeky little English. This is where it starts getting really nasty though. Extra health on the buildings. Yeah, my factory does look different. Just pull parallels in front and GG. Yeah, that's all you need. I mean, it is pretty good. Extra health on the buildings, and then you've got an extra fear in the fear pool. And if you don't have a fear card, when you have a card in here, it will be built twice. God, am I going to be able to do this today? We'll see. Okay, we've got an opening explore in the wetlands, and we're green. We're great. We're very good. We need to make sure we take this energy early, and then we won't be all bottom track, but maybe we'll take this pip to get a bit of defend if we need it, if we want it. We actually have a preventable build, not that we're a spirit that will push explorers around in the fast phase. But yeah, Parallel's pretty much the MVP against England. I actually can't even remember what I'm meant to be doing here. Can't even remember. We actually have a counterattack here. We might actually go for the early defend too, just for this counter. Might be worthwhile. What does the sea in the ocean mean? That tells me what board it is. So in your physical copy, actually doesn't matter what colour copy it is, but basically in the base game there are 4 different boards, A, B, C, and D. And this is the C board. So it's more like, some people can say, some people can complain about D board basically, which is the board that has 2 wetlands on the coast. That's the only reason they've got any letters on. Because if people can't complain about D-board, they just won't know who they are. I think we go with this turn. The opening turn is a little bit specific. I can't remember how. I think a good general principle with green though is to place your extra presence into your sands and mountains, because you always can place in jungle or wetlands. So it's part of the show land number option, I guess. Yeah, I guess. So, I think I'll put my opening presence in one of these lands. This, of course, is our starting candidate for being the land with most buildings. So this is probably a good place to think about preventing builds potentially. And we will, of course, get to do this as well. Given that this has blight in, I've just realised I need to be thinking about the... I need to not just play this on autopilot, I just realised. So with stem, there's a trick you can do in the opening which destroys a town. Of course, it doesn't destroy a town against England. At least they started from wetlands. Yeah. Yeah, that's not too... It could be worse. So yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll put a presence in here for now, and we'll go with... See, typically... Mutter. Typically you go turn 1 gift and then one of these. Typically it's stem, but because we can't destroy any buildings, there might not be any point in even playing at all, because we won't be able to destroy a building with this. We might just save this for a future turn. Or we could use fields check with growth to maybe push a town somewhere useful. We could push the town from here. They would be pushing it from an area where we're strong into an area where we're weak, which is not that ideal. Or, actually, what I quite like, maybe pushing this town into here. because this is a jungle, so we can actually use our choke the land with green effect in there very easily, because we can always be adding extra presence in there for free. So we could push this town in here turn 1 with maybe fields choked with growth, or even, or yeah, we could have a few options. Stem's a forget card. A forget card. Outrageous. I think in this matchup, yeah. Yeah. I think that's pretty much the case. So, this is another not tied to jungle or wetland presence, so we want to probably put it somewhere that is not a jungle or a wetland. So I think I'll make a sacred site in here. How dare you, I have a yes. I agree. Hey, Octo. Good to see you. Okay, we've got mountains. Mountains. Could prevent a city build here with our fields choke by pushing the town away. It's not a bad thing to do. Creeper Stair is completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. So, what I'm thinking I'll do is I'll probably pip this presence next turn to get the 3 plant I need to defend up here. Because we can't get it. We can't get this defend any other way. We'll be looking at a new card this turn as well. And we could sack a presence in here to prevent this ravage. That's probably not a bad thing to do. Not terrible. And the thing is, if we do allow this city build here, then also we're going to have a London on a potential future London on a mountain, which is not really ideal for us. Not ideal. So I quite like this push. If I could guarantee, if I had a bigger defend, that'd be nice to push in here, even though 2 Dahan's not enough. Or could push from here. Nah, I think we'll sack a presence in here, defend in here, and push this town somewhere. Hey, Track, good to see you. Hey, 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 hey. Or we could even make this our London. We could push this town into here, prevent the ravage, and allow it to build up a little bit in there. I'd like clearing the inland if I can. It's often not really going to work. But But we're in a position where I don't really have a better place to push this to, given we're hoping for a counterattack in here. So actually, I think that push might be good. We could cultivate this as a London. Yeah, why not? Why not? Okay. All right, so we've got a Ravage here. We're just going to prevent that. We're going to place a presence here, prevent that. And here we are going to look to defend. So we're going to use Overgrown a Knight probably to, well, doesn't matter what order I'm doing, but to reveal this, to cover this plant. Then we'll get our 3 plants and 1 water we need for defend 2 in here. Need to make sure we've got an adjacent sacred site. We do have one. We do have one. What's all this then? Is this using default rules or weird rules where fear kills you? This is England 6. So it's a very straightforward green versus England 6 matchup. No weird rules, no scenarios, no nothing. I kind of got this is a match that I should be able to win fairly easily without having done any practice. Just partly why I'm playing it. I'm a bit wiped out today. I had my vaccine earlier and I didn't sleep very well last night, so I'm a bit. My booster. I'm boosted now. So I'm a little bit dishevelled. I mean, that's not unusual. You know, I do tend to be pretty dishevelled. This is what we're doing. Okay, let's see. I mean, if this didn't have perfect elements for us, it would be tempting to look at a major this turn. But we definitely want to make sure we can get this defend, because it's a good value defend. England 6 is never easy. It is for Ocean, I would argue. It's a bit of a bold claim, but I can't remember the last time I lost against England 6 with Ocean. But it's particularly easy for Ocean. Okay. So I think given that this does have perfect elements for this particular turn, and I don't want to forget Field's Choke because this is useful. This is just a useful card. So I think we'll look at a minor power. We'll see what we get. Really nice against England is none of these things. Like a fear card would have been nice. Oof. This is something of a the collection known as hot garbage. Okay, so Poison Dew, destroying explorers. Really against England there. This doesn't do a lot. Soul Sanctity, the worst blight removal card in the game. Though the elements are okay for us. I mean, they're not perfect, but they're okay. It doesn't line up with our starting blight. Cool Trade's a cool card, but we really don't want to be giving them builds instead of Ravages. Though this is often a very powerful card. I don't want to write it off immediately. Let's write up everything else first. Gold's Allure is super cool. It's a cool card for cool characters. And if it wasn't for the fact that it's going to be dragging explorers and towns into the mountain where we're less strong because we don't have our Choke the Land with green ability to fall back on if things go wrong. We really need this to make sure we don't lose to the loss condition, or so that we can play a little bit more close to the margins than other spirits have to. Other spirits might have to keep collections of buildings very low in order to avoid just like accidental insta losses to escalations. So you're going to be defensive this game. Yeah, maybe. Gold's Allure is just a pretty nice card, though. Elements are horrible. All three of these have water plant, which is amusing. And Cool Trader even has the mountain that we like. This is incredibly strong. Very rare to actually get this, in my experience. I probably pick this up, but don't use it as the, because this could do a lot for me. It probably won't. Yeah, I'm going to take it and then probably never use it. Never speak of it. Yeah, I think we take this just for elements. Never use it. Okay, so we do want to add a presence in here. As we're going to be playing Overgrown tonight, doesn't actually matter which one I take. Let's just take this one just to idiot-proof it somewhat. So we will be able to prevent this Ravage if we like. And it's nice to keep the island healthy with green, because if you keep it clean, then you can use steady regeneration to get your destroyed presence back for no cost later on, once you've cleared your tracks. Once you've cleared your tracks. Just double checking there's no Call to Trade. Part of the thing that makes this card so tricky is that you already needed to Harn in that land as well. Yeah, we'll just go with the cheaper way of getting the Defend 2 in here. Well, of course, we also have to hope that we don't get an event that boosts this. So I might actually even overgrow in a night just to protect here, even though I would be going against that rule I was saying earlier about putting presence in lands that putting this kind of extra presence only in mountains and sands. Because this is just not, if this blight gets through, it is a double blight, which we don't really want. We don't want that. Yes, I think I will do that. So it's just a safety measure in case the event decides to ruin our day. We'll go for the plays. And we'll go for the defend in here. So see if see if my risk aversion was worthwhile. Okay, it's going to give us the opportunity to weave lies. So we would have had a choice here, but I don't really want to add any extra buildings, and I certainly don't want to speed up England. It's one of the weaknesses of England as an adversary is nothing ever speeds it up, unless you combine your adversaries. But I ain't doing that. So we can weave some lies, which will speed us up a little bit, but we can just prevent the ravage by reducing the damage. It's still worth it, I think. And we get to Beasts of the Jungle. We're going to be burning loads of presents, but as long as we can keep the island healthy, that's just not a problem. But we are going to have to forget our call to trade, probably. Probably. If we discard it, we then have to pay all of our energy, which will leave us on... We'll have one energy income next turn. If we reclaim, what are we doing next turn? We're looking at these and scratching our heads a little bit. Could defend in here very easily on a one energy turn. So actually we'll hang on to it. We'll discard call to trade for 2 and pay 2 energy. It's a bit gross. So we'll be up to 3 plays next turn. We'll have to have a very cheap turn. But that should be fine. Maybe stem gift fields. And we will get to look at another power card. Hopefully we'll get a useful 0-cost fear card. That's the ideal. That's what you really want against the English. Okay, so we're going to add a beast to a jungle. We'll get ourselves a fear. And a wilds token in land with Dahan. How wonderfully irrelevant. I guess there's the biggest chance it's going to be relevant in here. It's not a big chance. Fingers crossed for Rain of Blood, always. Rain of Butt, says Buttsbot. God, got a one-track mind, Butsy. So we're going to sack presents in both of these lands. Because we can. And it does also mean that we're giving ourselves leeway to let these blight if we want, which is what it's all about. Okay, Wild Token is already gone. So we've got Stem and Creeper's Tear, but it doesn't matter. That's not enough damage. You can't do anything with these damages. We could do... Look at that. Wow, look at all that damage we've done. Doesn't matter. Okay, so this turn we've got these 2 ravages here. The 2 defend here would be great and should be easy. Should be a pushover. So we can do that by playing Stem, Field Stroke with Gift. City build in here. And this is the... So, yeah, we're going to have a double build. We're going to have a double build this turn in these wetlands. It's actually not that big a deal. I think you can afford to miss 1 or 2. It's not ideal. But it's not. It's also not an insta-loss. It can feel like it's an insta-loss. Okay, so we'll gain a useful 0 cost. Well, we've been offered the card that I never take because I don't even have this in my deck. Good old Enticing Splendor. That's a card. Lovely little card. So we could defend on the coastal mountains, and then we can Enticing Splendor to prevent this from blighting. That's decent. Or we could yoink this out to prevent a city build, which is also worthwhile. We haven't drawn any good defense cards. But yeah, no fear card. Interesting thing to note about green is you do have this ability to gain some fast fear, but it's not enough. GTS equals win. Yeah, that's why I don't play it. That's why I don't use it. I'm sorry, Piotr, you bot. Wow, loads of bots. Well, 2 bots. It's got to ban some bots. 1 second. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bots, stop socializing with the bots. Okay. These aren't cool bots like you. It's raining butts. Hallelujah. That's how the song goes, right, Butsy? Right? Right, Butsy? Yeah, I think this is an enticing splendor type situation. Rain of butt. Yeah. Very good. Very good, Butsy. So we're going to have double builds in here. That's going to be 2 cities in here, which is absolutely horrible. And we're going to be escalating now as well. Ooh, am I doomed? Am I doomed? Possibly. Given that this is going to get a double build, putting it into London, into a London situation, I think I will put this presence over here. And we'll gift, and we need to play a water card. Oh, we want to Enticing Splendor to prevent this blight from going in this ravage. I want to see a rain of butts. So this is kind of a 6. This is going to be 6 damage. This disease probably will prevent this build. Not to be confused with that hit row like Risk of Butt. It's a great game. So we are running a little bit close on this one, but I think this is still the best play. Tempting to let this one blight for the sake of getting a safer defend on here. Nah, I think it is still better to prevent that blight from going down. We could entice into here. Enticing into here is terrible. Because this is very dangerous because we've not been generating any fear. But if this is our London, this is kind of ideal because it's wetland or jungle, which works. Which works for us. So we'll gather you in. Not why did the maths trigger? That's a good question. I didn't notice it triggering. Maybe, I think there might be other words that trigger it, but I can't see any of those. Oh, confused triggers it. There you go. Mystery solved. Let's proliferate. Doesn't matter which one I pick. And this is an opportunity to place in sands or in mountains. So, let's not place in there in case there's a risk it will get destroyed for no benefit. Could place it in here, actually. We could make a super sacred, which is what I've started calling 3 presents for some reason. Heavy crunching going on. Always, John Boy. There's my almost completely non-verbal process of thinking going on. And then there's the somehow I'm also talking. I think they're actually completely unrelated processes. It's just that I try and explain some of it. Yeah, I think we make a triple here. We're going to prevent this ravage in here. And we're still going to want a sacred site, and this has got good targeting all over the place. They are going to build in here, so maybe we're going to fields choked this town out. I guess we fed it here. It's slightly risky. Hey, no worries, Octo. Damn it, Jim. We don't have any fear cards that are helping us because we've not got round to that yet. Oh dear. So we will get an extra Dahan. Let's have this one not on its own. Oh, actually, they're building a city here. So the more counterattacking over here, the better. And this one's also alone. Yeah, I think I'll build it in here. And I think this is also a third presence, a third Dahan with my presence, which I think will affect with some events. I don't even know if they're Branch and Claw events or Jagged Earth events, but I know that somewhere. But this is unfortunate in here because we're gonna leak a blight. So this we've got a. Yeah, I think we allow this first build. We could actually prevent this build, and then we kind of we could juggle Londons a little bit. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. So yeah, unfortunate in here. And we're not going to be able to Creeper's Tear. Stem the flow, of course. Not going to do any use in hand, so we'll get rid of an Explorer. And just be a little bit sad. Okay, so Coastal Lands coming up first is kind of good news, in a way, because it means we know for definite that the rest of the Stage 2s are all going to have escalations on. That feeling when you move an annoying epic to Doan in Jira. Maybe? If only Mist was in this game too. If only. Okay, so this is a Ravage we're going to probably just prevent. This isn't looking great, actually. And we could push this town out, so that's another Ravage we don't care about. I mean, the island's looking kind of healthy, but we probably do need to just start grabbing mages very soon. Very soon. Okay, actually we do have Dahan pushes. But no big defense. We can't. I don't want to gamble this 3-stack on getting a big defend. Push you to the coast. Creepers tear pointlessly somewhere. So what do we? So this we're just preventing this Ravage. That's fine. We've got a guaranteed escalation, except we're going to be able to place it in here or here. If we gain a big major defend, we'll put it in here. I guess depending on what this land is. If we get a chance, if we're going to get a chance to counterattack, put it in here. There's going to be coastal nonsense. Yeah, we're definitely starting to look at mages now. Kind of have a turn off worrying about defend. Stem the flow could still actually be pretty useful for us, depending on what mages we get to see. So, yeah, if we get a big defend major, that could be really nice for us. Let's see what we get. Ooh. Ooh, these are some major powers. These really are. Definitely major powers. What do we have element-wise going on right now? Do we have any Fire Mountain cards? Blazing Renewal is a really nice card. For a few reasons. We always have Destroyed Presence. It also gives us Sacred Sites, which we can use to prevent Ravages. It's expensive, so we're not going to be able to use it straight away. We don't need to use it straight away. The threshold is not ideal for us, but we have got it somewhat early, so we've got a better chance of finding things to go with it. Pen of Calamity is not as good against England 5 or 6, just because everything's got more health. One of the John Boy faves. Yeah, it's a very strong card a lot of the time. We've got a couple of beasts on the island. No real token generation of our own. Do we have any Moonfire stuff going on? Not really. And the trouble is, without support, it's not going to do a lot of damage in this particular situation. Because we can't use it to take out a city with an existing token kind of thing. So it becomes a very expensive way to remove a town. In this situation, do you have old briny deep? I'd like to be able to afford that ever though. Terrifying nightmares. I feel it's more of a desperation measure. I think blazing renewal is almost certainly what we're doing. And we probably have to assume we're not going to get threshold anytime soon. But we can actually combo it with stem the flow in mountains and sands without threshold to destroy all the towns, and then we could finish off with Creeper's Tear. Of course, stem doesn't have moons on it, so we're going to want to then play other moon cards to go. But I think this is probably the one. And the fact it could just plonk a sacred site down is ridiculous. And it also empowers me to just almost recklessly destroy my own presence, which I'm gonna get a kick out of that. But it does mean that we don't want to forget stem. So maybe we forget Call to Trade. Maybe Enticing Splendor. I think Enticing Splendor could still be very useful. If we gain another major, which we might do, Enticing Splendor is a nice way of setting up, because you can use it to gather Dahan as well. And weirdly, this might have flipped the land that we actually want London to be in. Because we can use this with stem to clear a land. Overgrow is super useful in this. Oh god damn it, we're gonna get another double build because we're not destroying anything. Oh, you should try destroying stuff, peasants. I hear it's a really good strategy in this game. Oh yeah, good idea, peasant. Yeah, I think Call to Trade gotta go. Yeah. Especially with this expense for major, we're happy for these 0 cost cards as well. Bye-bye, cool. So possibly we want this and this to be our lands. And these are actually, we're going to get a double build in here because we're not destroying anything. So this is a wetland jungle. I think I'll put it in here because this land does still have blight, and we do want to keep the island healthy. Oh, we've got a weird turn this turn though, haven't we? But it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. We could accept we're going to have a double build in these mountains and just use this for fear so that next turn we could actually finally start getting some fear cards. Terrible. Terrible. If we don't play this turn, then maybe we don't have to reclaim, which could give us this option here for next turn. Is that good, though? Is it good enough? Of course, this is slow damage, so it doesn't combo that nicely with this in a land that's kind of a must-save. What is this actually going to do? Not a lot. This is interesting, though. I actually do have the energy to do this turn. So we could destroy infinite towns somewhere. Not that we really have infinite towns somewhere, but we will have 2 towns in here. And that will also plonk down a sacred site to prevent the ravage next turn. The trouble is, we'll be burning through all of our energy. But it does kind of solve this slightly awkward problem, and it will get a tiny dribble of fear. Actually, no, it's only going to destroy 1 town. Because this is going to... Oh, no. It will destroy... Yeah, only 1 because of the fast-slow divide. Damn it, Pizzo. Yeah, prioritize growth then. Possibly we reclaim next turn. All these ravages is not great, though. Crunch, 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 crunch. Just feel crunchy in here. I was actually making my own crunchy nut cornflakes last night. I had my bran flakes, and then I added honey and peanut butter, and they were acceptable. They were okay. It was a great triumph in Pizzo cookery. Could just get that 3 fear. We are really not doing enough. Well, I'm not doing enough. You guys are doing plenty. Y'all have achieved much. Achieved nothing. Getting to that 3 energy is going to be useful. Actually, these don't make much odds, really. The extra plant doesn't make much odds. We haven't really gained any Mooney cards. So actually, yeah, I think we'll go with Fear from Overgrown at Night. Ooh, but we want to be able to prevent something. Probably. Means could be Green and Ocean Day. You may be overestimating the number of spoons I have available today. It was going to be a physical Spirit Island stream today, but didn't have it. Didn't have it in the tank. Yeah, I think we'll Blazing Renewal next turn in here. Because that's the land with the blight in. So we don't need to overgrow in here. But we're not generating enough flipping fear, Jim. We can prevent this ravage. Maybe we let this land go next turn. Then we've got nicely balanced blight in 3 different types of lands. So I think we do just gain the fear. Doesn't feel great. Okay, what do we got here? In the single land with the most invaders, push and explore a town to each adjacent land. That's kind of a nightmare. Is it gonna... Okay, we do have choices. Local diaspora, the bane of Thunder Speaker players everywhere. Okay, so... We do have a little bit of defend in here, so we could push the Explorer in here and finish it off. No! Poor Poultry Speaker. Crying out. I don't think it's too bad. It's not, yeah, it's just not that bad here, but... It's not ideal. Could push the town and Explorer could push... Oh, we could push it. We could push stuff into here. Because remember, this might be the land that becomes... Now that we've got the Blazing Renewal stem combo up our sleeves, we kind of want... we want our enemies to go into these lands. Potentially. This is not the final turn preventing a win. You think it's more difficult, England or Russia? Depends. I think it very much depends on what spirit you use. I've played way more against England 6 than I have against high-level Russia, so so for me, subjectively, probably England 6. I don't even played that many games against Russia 6. In truth. I mean, I don't think there are any spirits that just hose England. Like there are spirits that, like Lure, for example, I think hoses Russia, just hoses them. They're there. Okay. What else have we got in here? Push 2 to harm for land with blight to land without blight. Oof, no. You're gonna break my heart, aren't you? We could push these into the same land. From A land to A land. So it looks like they're going to go to the same land. Good push in here, but we don't have defends. I mean, I think a lot of people say that England 6 is actually difficulty 11. That might be fair. But I mean, these things are only kind of approximate anyway. But I mean, I've played Russia 6. It can't be that many times. Maybe 6 times. All with days, I think. No wins. I'm not very good with days. The only thing I'm good at with days is having a nice time. I don't really want to make a city build happen in this mountain. If I can avoid it. And we are in stage 2, so we've got to watch out for those escalation effects. So if they do build here, they're going to build a town. If we push another town, they're going to build a second city, which we're not really equipped to deal with cities, particularly not just yet. So we want to make sure we don't create any more city builds than we have to. Maybe pushing in here is not awful, but it will be a double city build. Oh, do we gain any fear from our beasts? We do. Okay, we don't have a double build, so we get lucky. No one hosts England like Lure does Russia. 4 minutes earlier, Ocean has such an easy match against England. Yeah, but it's not like Ocean doesn't hose England. It's not like it's just, in my experience, Ocean's very, very strong against it. I don't think anyone hoses England. Just because of the nature of their strength is not hosable. But Ocean just is very, very strong in solo. I think apart from in my experience, everyone apart from the Habsburgs. But I've not played against the Habsburgs that much. All these confessions. Peasants never. I've just never played Spirit Island before. Or do we just push from here? Just push out. Am I getting too obsessed with the idea of using renewable stem? Possibly. That is entirely possible. This is kind of an opportunity to empty out this coastal land. So they are going to build in here. So it's going to be a 5 damage ravage, which is probably beyond my defense unless I get 2 water cards like stem fields. But I'm at 4 plays now, so that's not a big hardship to play stem and fields. Like Lure, if you can neutralize the Russian explorer, well, you've kind of won, and Lure just kind of does that. Whereas with England, like Ocean is kind of like, oh great, you keep on creating stuff for me to eat, but it doesn't. It's not like you've defanged England. It's just that you're kind of strong against them. I feel like emptying this out might be a good idea. But then we're missing out on this free bit of destruction here. It's huge, a whole explorer. Can you imagine that? Imagine destroying a whole explorer. If I push from here, I have to either push this explorer here, which I don't like, or push this town here, which I don't like. So I'm going to push from here. Push you in there so you can die. We'll push you into here. And you... we're going to push into here. But I think it's more about like what you mean by hose as well. So we did cheese our way into a fear card there. And these Daham want to move. So... oh, damn it, if I'd had a brain. Though actually, I do have a brain. Let's actually just improve that. This is not going well enough that I'm going to be all funny about taking the help that the game gives me. Because we can push extra Dahan in here. Cheese fair, yeah. It's good cheesy fare. Oh, okay, I can push them into 2 different lands. Alright then. So we've got the counter on there. Destroy that town. Oh no. Scapegoats is out. It's really a card you want to see at Terra 3, not at Terra 1. I guess we know that we don't have it now. Okay, so I'm going to prevent this ravage. Look at that, another fear. Wow, all these fears. So we allow this build. It's such a punch in the gut, I know. It's like, no. Because it's like, it's the fear card that sometimes mean you pull that victory that you really don't deserve. It's kind of tempting to prevent that build. The trouble is because it's sand, it's not guaranteed that we can go in there. I think I do it. I think I do allow it. So maybe I'm blazing renewaling in here next turn. Destroy the towns. This comes down to a 3 damage ravage. We could defend that with all enveloping green. But then this is looking a bit sad. It's looking a bit sad. We can't entice our way out of that situation. We really don't want this cascade though. Okay, so maybe we do go with the original plan in here, but yeah, we allow it. Okay, so this is the escalation build. 5 is not great. He's going to shift down, and then there's going to be a sand build in here as well. But yeah, I'm actually probably going to be forced to do blazing renewal in here. The thing that's awkward is that this is slow damage, which is too slow. Ooh, might be an L. Might be an L. Hey, Logic. How are you doing? Good to see you. I'm over here. I'm losing over here. What's going on? I had my booster shot today, and I'm using that's today's excuse, by the way, if you're wondering. If you're wondering what it was. That's what it is. We actually have no way of getting this blazing renewal threshold. Because we have no Fire Mountain cards in hand. So we might have to pretend we're River, which is where you just end up pushing things around miserably in a way to try and stave off the loss. Ooh, hand flap time. You're playing Sweden 6? That's what's going on. Is it? Oh, God. If only... Actually, I don't think that would be great. If you're Sweden 6th, then yeah, this would be easier. This game needs a Shadows baby. S tier. Have you got many wins, John Boy, against England with Shadows? I know that you love Shadows. Dead icons. Yeah, it's flipping England. Filthy England. So I am set to, just in case it wasn't clear to anyone, this double build here will kill me if I don't gain the 3 fear. I mean, I can prevent a build with my presence that's in here. So, and then remember, there's an escalation. It's guaranteed because we've already had coastal lands. So it's not looking good. So we either need to prevent potentially 3 builds in here. Paralyzing Fright, are you out there, buddy? Or destroy stuff or empty stuff out of this land. If we reclaim and gain a major, we might gain something like Paralyzing Fright, which would be pretty good. Even without Threshold, it would save us this turn. And the nice thing when you do get an action skip on a land that's going to escalate is that you get to skip the escalation as well. Which is why it's so broken. Pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough. I think the reclaim gives us the best turn if we get nothing of use. Once digital get aspects, more we'll see shadows shine. They certainly will. This land might just be getting let go, which is unfortunate. Shadows did nothing wrong. It's true. I like shadows. Good old shadows. Yeah, we have to do this. And yeah, we need something useful here. I said. So we don't have the elements to get the skip, unfortunately. And it's a little bit late for this to be super useful. Now, don't get me wrong, it's okay. But it doesn't solve the problem that's going to mean I lose if I'm not careful. We might be forced to resort to this. Savage Transformation, Game 1. I really rate this card. I know that a lot of people don't seem to like it. It's a bit late to get this card. But for 2 energy, 2 fear, and this ability here, oof, beautiful. We do at least have a counterattack in this jungle here. The trouble is that there are these 3 builds. We could, of course, prevent one of the builds by gaining 3 fear with Overgrown a Night. We could flow like water. Do we have we even have water air? We could even get this threshold as well, which is a little bit funky. The trouble is the island's gonna blight in that time as well. If we do that. Did someone say play like river? Yeah, we're no longer green. We'll be flowing now. Miss of Oblivion, just not nice against England 5 or 6. It's not really that nice against anyone. Most of the time. I think if I could get the action skip, I'd definitely take this. But I can't. Can you get the threshold on claim? No. I need 2 sun and 3 mountain. And I've only got one other, sorry, earth. And I've only got one other earth card. If I could get that threshold, there would be no hesitation. Because now I'm having to try and figure out a way of not losing. Because we do have 3 builds this turn. So probably enticing a town out from this coastal sands. And then also Overgrown a Night to get the fear to prevent the second sand build. And then... So it might still be worth taking Indomitable Claim because the skips are so good. And we know we've got at least, 2 more escalations after... No, sorry, I can't count. 1 escalation after the first one. Misfit is a really good card. It exists that Savage Transformation is not the worst major. In a world where... Whatever the hell's that card called? In a world where... Where are you? Where Vengeance of the Dead exists. In a world where... What's the other one? This is powerful but never useful. Oh, here it is. Grant's hatred. Flippin' Grant. Hates everyone. But has a use. I don't think I've ever managed to use this for anything. Poor old Grant. I think it might still be worth taking Indomitable Claim, though it is really sad to pay 4 energy when the presence placement doesn't really matter that much. But if I was to play it in this coastal land, we could at least get a city counterattack. Trouble is, to prevent the second build from here, we're probably spending 2 of our energy on Overgrow and a Knight. Got no other fear going on. Just considering Savage Transformation for a moment. It'll land before time. So I think possibly it's an Overgrow Enticing Splendor that kind of pseudo prevents 2 of those builds. Well, it drags a town out. But there's also the Ravage. We can't Indomitable Claim to defend, get a big defend in here as well as Overgrow. What about Flow Like Water? What about it, peasant? So we're probably going to be playing... If we play Entice and Fields Choked or Stem... I mean, another option is actually to... How many... We've got loads of Destroy, but another option is actually just to plonk with Blazing Renewal. Just plonk in the sands and just prevent by destroying 3 different presents. Because we'd also then be able to finish off a load of towns with Stem, which doesn't rely on any of these. However, it does rely on us spending 5 of our energy. Flow gives you the range for your right innate. Yeah, it's also it's a powerful card. It's a powerful card. But not losing is kind of good as well. I'm actually thinking about plonking 2 presents into the sands and then destroying 4 presents this turn. But all 3 builds. And then finishing the... Using Stem the Flow to finish the 3 towns that are in there for 3 fear next turn. That's such a daft plan. I'm kind of tempted to do it anyway, just to see what happens. But we'd have to have essentially a 0 energy turn apart from this, which means we'd be kind of missing a play. Does that matter? Don't know. We'd get 2 defend, but that's not enough to make much difference to anything. And that's still kind of ignoring this mountain ravage. So we might have a Blighted Isle in this turn. But we wouldn't have lost. That's the crucial thing. If we flow like water, we actually could drag 2 towns and 2 cities out. If we flow with Enticing Splendor and one of these. But we're not really doing any... We're not getting any destruction done. That's the trouble with that plan. In addition, we'd then be kind of walking into wherever we drag all this stuff into that all of a sudden being the exact same problem. We're just moving our problem. The fact that this is a big defend could come in handy. But this is also a nice chunk of fear. I think it's... We could use Flow Like Water on a future turn, like in here, to just kind of clear it out. We're going to lose 2 of these to Harn this turn in order to avoid just losing altogether. If we play Blazing Renewal this turn, we are broke for the foreseeable future. But Indomitable Claim could save us a second Blight in here next turn, even with no counter. Though we could of course use something like Fields Choke to push a couple of Dahan in there to replace those ones. I think we take this but don't use it this turn. And we have to forget something. think we forget Gift of Proliferation. Gross. Truly gross. On the bright side, Powers of Fright is still able to be pulled, hopefully, on the next draw. Yeah, it does seem to have come to that, doesn't it? On the plus side... So I think we put this presence here for next turn's Ravage, potentially. Trouble with this setup is it kind of might force me to reclaim next turn. Do you have a defend 4 though, which is not really enough to matter. You might help in here. In fact, it is enough to help in there. We Blazing Renewal in here. We stem the flow in the slow phase. Hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll get some get some damage. Though we've got no beasts in here or anything, so that's unlikely. And we can, yeah, we can entice from here to make this defendable with a bit of luck. Playing into the hands of Lady Luck. So let me just quickly check. I'm going to be putting 2 more presents here. So that means I can prevent 2 builds here. An escalation build here. And the Ravage here. But we'll have no presents left. So we could even Enticing Splendor into here. That could backfire pretty heavily. So we drag in the 6th. What's the benefit of doing that? Well, maybe we get to destroy a 4th town. So 1 build, 2 builds, escalation build. I think we kind of need to push the edges a little bit, otherwise we'll just lose. I mean, we're probably just going to lose anyway. So, you know. Truth be told. Oh, wait a second, peasant. If you... No, you can't do that. You can't do that. Because you've forgotten that you need more than 1 presence to actually prevent anything. So we are going to actually be allowing a single town build. Because we're going to add 2 presents in here. Which can prevent both of these builds. And this Ravage. But then this build here will happen. Putting this on 6. And we've got this here. Which hopefully will be enough in there. Let's see what event we get. Oh, come on. That's our 3rd +1 damage this game. Okay, add a disease to the jungle or wetland with the most buildings. And then remove a blight from a land with these 2 Dahan. The hell, we don't get the blight removal either. Curse you! So... these poor lads are doomed. You have these guys are definitely dying. But I might try and set up a counterattack in here. So we'll put the disease over here. Because we don't have a plan to push any Dahan in there anytime soon. So we prevent 1 build. Prevent a 2nd build. Prevent this Ravage. And now we just cry. I suppose there is probably a better order to do this. So if we do the Cascade first, we'll know what the Blight card is before these go down. Yeah, this could be a ripperoonie. So, where do we cascade to? Bit into here. Let's see what we get. Disintegrating ecosystem. Destroy a beast. Add a blight to land with buildings. So, we lose a beast. And a blight to land with buildings. That's not actually too bad. Here feels tempting. Because, yeah, it's not immediately going to come up. Well, it might immediately come up. Though, we're not going to then immediately lose a presence either. We definitely want to place here. We're about to plonk a presence on there. Still think France is the least anniversary? Oh, yeah, definitely. Without question. Without question. We'll put it in here with the Dahan in case they clean it up. But yeah, no doubt in my mind. I mean, especially as it's like a subjective opinion. Can't spell France without worst. Exactly. That's exactly it. Okay, so we didn't get a blight card that is going to destroy room presence all the time. Not that we care that much because we do have Blazing Renewal, but we're not going to want to use this, so we'll be able to afford to use this every turn. We've still got the Sacred Site for this bit of targeting here with Stem. Yeah, let's prevent that build. But yeah, the reason why I don't find France that fun is because it's both... God damn it, Sans. Could you just chill out? Because it's like a combo of being easy to forget rules for, and also strategically, you basically just need to constantly destroy towns, which just isn't very interesting to me. It's like, oh, I need to... So it's like, yeah, it's just like no upside. You know, like Russia, for example, I mean, I don't know them as well as other adversaries. They're like, oh, their explorers are really dangerous. Oh, but you get to gain fear for destroying them. They push around, and it's like interesting and difficult rather than, oh, there's too many things to remember. And, oh, and also loads of events suddenly become tedious as well. It's like, yeah, can live without. We do have Indo-Claimo in hand. We could set up for a counterattack next turn in here to take out a city. At least France lets you win with different tactics, defense, control, fear. England makes you play one style offense. I mean, England, you know, I think England is not everyone's going to like playing against England. But you've got different options against England as well. Yeah, I think setting for the counterattack's decent. But then I am kind of committing to Indomitable Claiming in here. But this is a must defend because it's blight and lots of blighted lands. So we have to defend in here, so let's push some lads in. Dodgy Royals of England. They are well dodge. Okay. So at least we skipped the double coastal build, which is nice. I mean, against England, you've got to put out a lot of damage. But it's a really good game that Aaron Stevens did as Days against England. And it's all just like Dahan stuff. Really, really nice game. Like minor powers beating England 6 with Days. Really, really cool game. Did see they're just singing one of the songs from Robin Hood? You were just singing to yourself. That's fair enough. So they're actually build ravaging in here, so this is pretty much the only defend card in the game that's really up to that. would be nice if we could skip the reclaim, but it does leave us a very sparse turn where we can't even play Overgrown at Night as well. Oh, can we? Wait. No. No, Frodo. A very sparse turn. So we'd be looking at a power card that we wouldn't be able to play if we looked at a major. Or another... I mean, a minor power could be worth. If we reclaim, we don't get to use this. We have to play this. This game needs a joke to brighten things up. What's Urgot got? What animal is always at a game of cricket? A bat, says Urgot. Thank you, Urgot. You're a good little bot. So I think we look at a minor power here to reclaim next. Then we can reclaim next turn. Next turn we've got Sand Ravages, which are bad news Ravages. And we are not generating any fear. The thing is, what is a single minor power going to do? Not a lot. But it is more than no minor, having no minor powers. If we get... Actually, I think a minor power might be the right pick anyway. But yeah, we're in trouble. Because we have no solutions for these lands. Because we didn't get a big damage card. I mean, Blaze Renewal is kind of a big damage card, but it's too expensive for us. If we were to get something like Jungle Hungers, it might give us some chance. But it's not a good chance. Here's Google's joke today. Why did the singer climb a ladder during her performance? To reach the high notes. Lovely. But it's still bleak. It's still bleak out here. The thing is, if I did get something like Jungle Hungers, it probably still wouldn't be enough. But we might draw a card that will help us defend these next turn. And there's not going to be a minor power that's going to be enough for these. So I think we look at a major that we don't play this turn. Well, those are definitely cards. Well. Power Storm for some future where I'm able to use do Wombo. You like Twisted versus England? It's definitely a card that I love in theory, but in practice it very rarely feels like it's going to do enough. Maybe these are some, you know, it's just a bit expensive. I've already got a lot of expensive stuff going on. And it's going to be too slow, I think. How much energy am I going to have next turn? Going to have a little bit more energy. Remove a chef's kiss. Mamma mia. Oh boy. Yeah, this doesn't look great. It doesn't look great. Power Storm for future Wombo feels like the best outs. Okay, let's look into the future a little bit. This turn we've got a town building here, taking this to 8 damage. In here, in this coastal land, we're going to get a town build taking it up to 12 damage. Power Storm Indomitable Claim is actually the only way I can actually address both of those. Now, it's horrible, and I don't want to do it, but it might be what I have to do to stay in the game. The trouble with with that is that I'll be staying in the game, but it'll be like, well, you're in the game, but but you're doomed anyway. Flowers is not going to help me with this next turn upcoming, partly because it's slow. This could help if I was to gain another card to go with it. I think I have to go with Power Storm. I think it has slightly higher odds. Barty Fowl. I think this is my best odds. They're not good odds. They're not good odds. This likes having the extra air, but I don't think that means it's worth keeping enticing particularly. But I think this is probably... Enticing's kind of irrelevant given the scale of the damage here. Though actually enticing here could bring this... Could make that possible. So maybe we do lose fields choked. I think there's part of me that's also trying to play these moves a little bit quickly because I don't see a good end to this. Can prevent that ravage potentially. So yeah, one card, that's all I need. You're in the game, but you're doomed anyway. Any Earth game. Oh, Earth's not terrible. How dare you? Earth's got loads going on. Perform a ravage step for one terrain not shown under any invader action. Spirits may prevent this on any or all boards by destroying 2 presents from each board to be protected. Well, don't mind if I do. Add a beast to land without disease as a town and candy defense. So what have we got to do? Destroy 1 terrain not under any action. Yeah, we have to destroy the presents. We don't need a sacred site for anything. But we'll probably hang on to... We want to keep a sacred site here, prevent this ravage. Keep this for future targeting. We don't need a sacred site this turn. Could just lose this sacred site. Yeah, then we can revive this one or this one if we need to. Timberborn isn't like, yeah, definitely right, carry on. So, beasts. Maybe a beast in here. Actually, maybe in here. Don't think it makes much odds. Each player adds a strife in a land with beasts, disease, or Dahan. Now I'm regretting putting my beasts in there. Gee, this is not a bad place for a... Yeah, put it on this city. Okay, we're going to sell some counterattacking, so we'll take out a city. And we'll just prevent this ravage. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the absence of beat sticks. Though I think that's the last stage 2 card, so we don't instantly lose here. There'll be no instant losing here, but we might just lose. You know, we do have a cascade from here to here. This is pretty doomed. If I was to, I mean, something like Infinite Vitality would save me this turn if I use it with Power Storm, but it's so desperate. But I think probably that's my likeliest hope, because either of these ravages are disastrous. They're like a loss, basically. I'd be on one blight, which is enough to just kill you if you have any lands that have cascaded. As witnessed, I think, was it last week? We saw that last week. You also actually have to pay energy to place my presence now, because it's a blighted island. Of course, we do have the option of potentially using Blazing Renewal, but we can't afford it. To kind of plonk a Sacred Site in, do a load of damage, and then cancel the Ravage. Yeah, I think this is doomed. It's doomed, Jim. So if we were to get something that could help us here, we just lose to the... You know, that's the thing. Like something like Jungle Hungers could help us if we'd survive. If we grabbed it, if we got Jungle Hungers this turn, we would not survive. Like if we took that as our power card gain. So I think the only way that we stay in is still horrible, which is to reclaim. But then we reclaim and look at a major. And then we can Indomitable in one of these lands. Can we get a third mountain? No. Which I think is just as hopeless. Hope is gone in these lands. And I'm not sure if I can even afford the energy to place presence, really. Not sure I can. YOLO it. I think I've still got a small chance, but the trouble that if I don't... I think that this is probably the better thing to do with the reclaim. But I'm not sure about that. I mean, okay, if we do this, we'll gain the extra 3 energy. Which means we'll have 7 energy, which means we could Power Storm a lot. There's a lot of cards we could Power Storm that could help. And we'll be able to make the decision about placing the presence. Here, though, 7 is not enough to Power Storm Paralyzing Fright, because we actually don't have a Sacred Site. You can play PS. Whereas I can stay alive another turn. Probably, well, not guaranteed, but probably. If I Indomitable claim. Reclaim Indomitable, but the trouble is we're not clearing anything. Yeah, okay, fine, we YOLO. We YOLO. What do we get? Okay, so this is a way of staying in with the Infinite Vitality. It's a bit grim, but we can stay in. This is so nice with all the extra mountains. Hey, Seamus. Good to see you. Oh, you've come at a great time. I need that Seamus hug more than ever. Well, in a Spirit Island context. That's the trouble, is that we're not progressing. It's actually quite a nice board for sea monsters, I've realised. It's got 2 inland wetlands. It's got a few beasts everywhere. But this is, again, too slow. We need to live. We need to live. The only thing that keeps us alive is this. Well, I guess we do that then. But this really is limping. Oh, it doesn't keep us alive. We don't have the energy. Yeah, we're dead. We're dead, Jim. Because I can't count. We actually have to reposition the island. Something like that. Oh yeah, we do get the energy. So yeah, this is, I mean, we've survived, but do you have enough beasts on the board to make the bottom 2 useful? Oh, what? The, do you mean... The trouble is, that I'm looking down. I need to not lose this turn. That's the trouble. I've got 2 double ravages in blighted lands, and this is like a YOLO major for a. It's gone out of control. There aren't even any tokens in these lands in particular. Yeah, it's too slow because we've got the sand ravages, which we need to. I don't know how visible that is, but yeah, there's blight in both sands and big ravages, and this is the only thing that keeps me alive a turn. But I think it's futile because the trouble with this is we're not really making any progress. No progress is being made. So we can do this to stay alive, but it's like, well, nothing has been gained. And this isn't even like Spirit Island making it look like you're going to lose when you're not. I think this really is. Spirit Island's kind of good at that. Can make it look really rough, but it's fine. But no. Looks like we don't have any option but to have the invasive species blooming. Oh no, we do. We've got Overgrown tonight. So I think we have to transmute. Yeah, we're doomed. We're doomed. I'm forgetting this because we need every energy we can get. We are so doomed. Growth Sack is looking real good right now. Blast. I cannot use that card. Cannot use it. Seizing this built-up land could be helpful, but it's killing a Dahan. Yeah, this is doomed. We're dead. We're dead, Jim. Yeah. Because no damage. That's the thing that you need in this matchup is damage, and we didn't get any. We kind of got some damage, but it was too expensive for us to really use. We didn't get any minor powers that gain fear for us, which also makes it rough. Okay. So it's actually only a 4 defend in here, but this build is what kills us now. Oh, I've got rid of my flipping my helpful card in here. Okay, so I'm gonna just. So yeah, we don't have the energy to play Blazing Renewal. We don't have the energy to actually make Indomitable Claims Threshold happen. Why am I still playing? I don't know. I don't think there's a card in the game that would help us. Maybe Winds of Rust and Atrophy would keep us alive a little while longer. Beaten by lawnmowers. Yeah. Oh, hand flap redeem. Thank you, Flap Eyes. Alright, Flatty, chill out. Getting every redeem you can. Pretty sure that the captions are on today. They are, except they don't make any sense. First skeleton? Has the stream crashed or something? Nike already claimed that. Oh no, there is actually a second skeleton. Oh yeah. Hello, Flowers. Welcome to the stream. You're not very new. Calling Ocean off the bench. I was thinking of sticking with green, but you know, maybe just I am. We could call an Ocean off the bench for the guaranteed win, and we could even bet on it. But let's just get to the end of this one. I'll play it more quickly. Okay, this we could have done with earlier. Could have done with you earlier, mate. Mate, we need to. We can let this one go. We have to do something about this. The only solution we have is... Oh, I mean, this is so grim. Yeah, this is just lost. I'm going to concede. I can't see any way out of this. Any way out. And I think I'm just crunching when I have no... nothing left. So, we're going to call in Ocean off the bench. And what do we have here? B is the end of Flowers, Rob. So we'll be on B, be Ocean. Time to get Vengeance. Vengeance! I do not have the spoons for Ocean plus Green. I had my booster jab today, and I didn't sleep well last night. So I need to maintain. I need to do relatively chill things. Double Spirit just racks my brain, especially when I'm talking as well. You mean I have to talk as well? Apparently so. Apparently that's what you have to do. We'll go with the Guaranteed Town. Yeah, here's kind of tempting because it's better for... actually, B board. Here's tempting because we could potentially... Oh, no, we can't. We're against England. Whatever, peasant. Whatever. What are you on about? But yeah, Dual Spirit is not so bad when I don't have to commentate it. Okay, so we've got a sand build here. But of course, we're against England, so we can't prevent this build. This is not really a problem. We can just defend if we want, but we'd rather eat. And bottom track is best track. It's the best track. Pretty much you always want to do this turn one. We could prevent that build if we like. We can't. We'd actually have a presence that we could drag from here, but England will build a town there anyway. So probably we just take the Explorer and do a bit of the old pounding of ships. I think if it was just me playing in silence, it would be different. For the doing Dual Spirits. But I was actually planning on doing a physical game today, but I didn't have it. Didn't have the brain power. Turn the Spirit Island music up and try it. Try what? I'm trying to break my brain. Playing in silence. Well, just don't. No, I don't think that works. I think that's just like the worst possible content. I try and make something that's of value. I try. Need the crunch dialogue. Exactly. I mean, I do. That's what I do with some of the YouTube, where I just record it, where I'm just playing it, and then add the dialogue afterwards. I don't think I'm good enough player that I could that my gameplay is enough on its own. You know. So this is probably going to blight this turn. So we look at the minor power first. Okay. Okay. Elemental Boon is pretty nice if we end up going major. This has great elements for drowning. Can we get a city drown in this turn if we grab one of these? We can. We've got Grasping Tide anyway for this defend on the coast. Probably Steam Vents because it has just a slightly better element set up. We don't really want the destruction particularly. We might even not just play it for its elements. Elemental Boon is pretty great because we can actually get perfect elements. And actually, really, I only want this for elements. You need to know the despair of the peasants who plays. That's it. You're going to Elemental Boon, you may as well get Steam Vents. You may as well get butts. You're right, Butsy. The thing with Boon is that if I grab a major power, this is one of the best ways in Solo Spirit of actually getting your thresholds with a major. And actually Encompassing Ward does nothing for me, really. 2 defend, and the coast doesn't really make much odds most of the time. Because 2 defend is almost certainly going to be you're more likely to have cities lying around on their own, and then you don't want to risk your coastal presence on a defend like this. If these were 0 cost, it'd be obvious. So I actually think I prefer Boon here, because then I can switch these elements later on for something I prefer. And steam vents. No, I think I take Boon. I think I take Boon. It could just be the first of a series of bad decisions, though. He's hoping we get a sacrifice victory with Briny Deep. Oh, I think I did have one of those the other day, but the app was like, no, you will not. You'll have nothing of the sort. We do have Grasping Tide, so we've got a very safe defend in here. But given that we're going to reclaim next turn, I think I'm actually going to make a Sacred Site up here. Because then we can reclaim and keep a Sacred Site up here if we want it. And the great thing about the boon is we should be able to get... We might be able to grab some air as well. Oh no, it doesn't quite line up. I still feel like this is a better pick than either of the other cards. So we just want water, mountain, and actually moon or air don't make any difference because we need both. Oh no, the air does make a difference. Yeah, it's an extra fear. We'll take it. Seamus is there. Okay, once per board, place a town instead of an explorer. And we get to add a beast to a land without blight that has towns. So yeah, always picking land. What do we get here? Each player removes an explorer or town from a land where it's the only invader. Alright then. So we can't prevent this build, unfortunately, because this town has just shown up. And it is England, so I think we remove this town instead. Okay, Sand Ravage, so we've got a Bad News Ravage in here. If we do get the Blight Removal card, that one of the Blight Removals that removes from Sands, well, that would be a nice remove. Always good versus England. Yes. Okay, so the reason it's giving me a choice is that the first one's going to be a town, so we'll plonk it in here. Where we can eat it. This turn. So we've got a city drown. We're probably going to... Well, we might hang on to our Sacred Site here this turn, so I think we destroy this city with this. And we're going to drown a Dahan. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Dahan. Okay. So, although we don't have a Ravage that matters, probably will try and just make sure I get the Fear to prevent the double sand build. Because this double sand build's a problem. This I don't really care about, but this one is less than ideal. Quick sanity check. Is it worth doing this? No. No, it's not. Because we can do too much with the cards we have in hand. Probably do want to keep on with minor powers, though. All of these are very strong and useful. Ocean cares not for the Dahar. They are the diet version of invaders. Exactly. They've just been watered down, and now they're local. So yeah, we've got another unfortunate Ravage in here. I am wondering about looking at a major power. Just because we're looking at one doesn't mean we have to keep it. Because we've got Elemental Boon, we're not shackled to hang on to Tidal and Swallow. We always want Tidal, but Swallow is the weakest of our start cards most of the time. Especially if we've already eaten everyone on our coast. So we could look at a major with the idea of forgetting Swallow. And we do have Elemental Boon. I think it's worth looking at it right now. We don't have to keep it. But we do want to look at it before we make this decision. Go major, says John Boy. Insatiable hunger of the fun. I love. I remember when I with Branch and Claw. This is my favourite Branch and Claw major for a while. It's a somewhat silly card. Infinite Vitality is actually really good for Ocean. It's a bit dry. It's a bit dry, but we can actually reach inland with this fairly effortlessly to just clean up all the blight. It's not damage though. We like damage. And we don't have the adjacent mountain, so we can't use it immediately this turn. But what we could be still doing good things this turn. For example... just trailing off into the distance there. Just realising I need to try and make sure that my land with the most buildings is on the coast rather than over here. See, the reason this is so nice is because of the threshold. So we can, if you have 4 Earth, then we can remove a blight from target or adjacent land. And what that basically means, if we look at this board, this sacred site here, I could prevent a blight going down in any of these lands and yoink a blight from one of these other lands. All of a sudden, I can clean up blight. And it's only 4 Earth to do so. Something else that's interesting is that I might even... don't want to forget Grasping Tide. Probably still forget Land Dwellers, even though... maybe call the Deeps in this particular situation because it doesn't have the Earth on it. Though this is a handy little top-up for energy. Because the thing is, we can actually use this with Threshold just on a future Ravage. Like maybe we let this build up to be London, so we do nothing about... we don't eat it. We just Infinite Vitality and just clean up this blight here. I think this is actually the pick. Insatiable is good, and it has the range that's great for Ocean. Killed a Spooder? Oh no. I'm sorry, Octo. Ah, the Spider Lord is a forgiving lord. So... Oh yeah, for people that play with their physical copy, unfortunately you cannot Blazing Renewal to cheese around Ocean's restrictions. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. Be the bearer of fun news. I think this is the pick. What the hell to forget, though? I think it is Swallow the Land Dwellers. Or... do we have a good call of the Deeps this time? We can gain an energy. This also has the fear elements we like. And we need to generate the fear. This is a large way of helping with the interior. Only claim can cheese with Ocean. Exactly. Exactly right. We've got good odds of gaining more Earth cards. But they're not as good odds of... like this already means we've got... yeah, I think we have to get rid of either Grasping Tide or Call of the Deeps. Grasping Tide is 2 fear and 4 defend. But we do have like this ultimate defend now. This is basically the perfect defend. So I think I'm actually probably forgetting Grasping Tide. Call of the Deeps basically grants us the elements we need to get a fear from here, while also giving us energy. And if we're going to switch to using this to defend instead of this, then we really value that. So I think it is Grasping Tide that goes. Or if Finder is playing. Ooh, I've not actually done that combo. No red on its underside though, so now I feel bad. Oh no. Tide gives a nice fear though. It does, but it kind of gives one more fear, but it also kind of doesn't, because this gets you elements that you really like. The air is kind of the key to getting the big fear, right? That's how I see it. And this also is net gaining me 1 or 2 energy as a solo Ocean, which I like. It's not an easy decision, but this enables me to do like the best, like a defend that's net removing a blight, which is amazing. So we do need to bring a presence back in. Let's just play very... Oh, no, we're Call of Deepsing this guy anyway. Yeah, so we could even... This is going to blight this turn. It's unfortunate. But next turn, let's just keep that sacred site there. It's a little bit superstitious. No, it's fine. No, we can bring it in. We can bring it in. I hadn't thought of the Find Ocean combat. Unfortunately, in my group, I'm the person that plays both those spirits. Do you ever do the thing where you play multi-spirits with other humans? I mean, I just don't really play this game much with other humans because I'm, deeply flawed. Well, no, just different. Now, what I'm thinking about here is a flip-flop turn. So having a little turn so I can have a big turn next turn. I'm thinking about it. See, I don't want to drown this city this turn. I could drown this city this turn, but I don't want to because I want them to build London on the coast. I really don't want an inland London, especially as I've got nothing that actually solves that I can't do any damage inland right now. So we are not drowning the city this turn, or the town that gets built. So what am I doing? I think I'm just calling it Call of the Deeps this turn. Done it a couple of times. It's really head-wrecking but fun. Yeah, I can imagine it. Yeah, like if you just like be a really nice way to make like an epic game with like one other person that was also like, played a lot. So, what's the advantage of doing this? I think this is the right play. That's the advantage. If I do play one of these, then I'm gambling that I gain a card with the fourth earth that I want. And all of these things are kind of contrary to what I want to do this turn. Oh, okay, I'm missing out on some fear if I do this. The most important thing, maybe, is preventing this blight from going down next turn. Though I've just realised... that, yeah, I've got rid of my other defend card. Do we gamble on not getting the earth? So I've also just realised that probably this is going to blight next turn because I actually have to use... Well, I don't have to, but I want to use Vitality in here for when this build becomes a Ravage. Because remember, I'm trying to make sure London is over here, not in here. So actually, I'd be removing one of these blight in the fast phase, not this blight. And then whatever this is, we might then reach in and deal with this blight here. But that should still keep on top of things. But I really don't want this... Yeah, I think I just play this system. I think that's what I'm doing. Yeah. I want to make sure I'm cleaning up this blight. Now, it's unlikely that you don't get offered a single card that has the element you want on it, but it does happen. It's going to make it, and it would make a huge difference to how I'd feel about this turn. Sacred Site's under threat, huh? That's not really a problem. So we're going to guard ourselves, except we're not going to have to. So we don't share spaces with anyone. No way. Beasts are going to do some prowling. Which is pretty good of them, really. They just prevented a double build. I'm not in peak condition. I feel like I've said it enough times, but... Okay, we can push a Dahan or gather Dahan into Land of the Vegas. So let's just save this Dahan. There's no point in it dying. No point whatsoever. So we'll push this Dahan into... Actually, let's push it in here. And let's just... Yeah, this is actually just going to protect my Dahan. And set up for potentially a messy counter if we want that. Okay. So, sand. So we get to choose this is London, of course. Because that's what we want. And it's in here. Which is, yeah, this is worked out okay. So we can remove this blight next turn. I'm very glad that I didn't gamble here. I guess we'll see when I look at my powers. So we're going to be doing the third option now, get our fourth play, and then we're going to be playing all of these. And maybe we'll substitute in something from here. We're looking at minor power this turn. I think. Quickly, let's just check this. Yeah, we're looking at minor power. Let's see what we get. Okay, we did get offered one card with Earth, so there's that. So that's... What do we like here? It's going to be a double mountain build unless I generate a load of fear in the fast. I'm not going to generate a load of fear in the fast. Lure of the Unknown does not have the Earth on that I want in order to deal with this blight. So this we can kind of make this decision kind of independent of this turn. Yeah, Lure is a good card for Ocean. Just looking at the other options. Yeah, it's kind of thinking about trying to get loads of Earth cards, but yeah, I don't think that's ideal. Lure's also great because it has the Moon Air that we like. With Pull Beneath the Hungry Earth, it means we can substitute it in for maybe Swallow. We could do that even this turn. The benefit of that is just it's a bit more fair, really. And better elements, because it has the moon as well. We kind of want those extra moons. We don't have... We can give ourselves air this turn. Where's the build? There's a build in here taking this to 3. So again, don't really want to eat on in this land here. Yeah, we'll take Lure. See, it's handy. It's a handy little card. Handy little card. Okay, so we're going to be infinite vitality in here. We definitely want to make our sacred site. And yeah, let's just go for one of each. Alright, so this turn we are doing vitality things. We might actually be pushing these to Dahan inland, which would be good. Maybe in here would be nice. Except it's good to have some Dahan for events. So we're going to give ourselves mountain, probably mountain, moon, air. Yeah. So we want, sorry, Earth even. Earth, moon gives us a little bit more fear. And then we've got the threshold on vitality. So we can vitality in here. And we can yoink this blight from here that's going to be a problem soon. And I've got a bit of the old pounding of ships to do. Add an explorer to land without invaders or Dahan. Damn it, we have one. Oh, it's this land. That's perfect. Thanks, game. And beasts. Destroy explorer. So I've only got 2 Dahan in my land, so we don't get to use a slow power fast. Getting extra builds, but we can kind of... Oh, that was a mistake. I should have drowned one of these cities. Oops. That was a mistake. Okay, so yeah, we're getting the choice. We'll of course make London in here. Of course. Okay, so let's actually pause for a moment. I don't think I'm bright enough to autopilot this today. So Ravage next turn, a Blight here. That's fine as long as we could Vitality again next turn and yoink some more Blight. So we could, if we reclaim, we could preserve this presence. We could maybe drag this presence out. We could just use Lure. Trouble is, if we use Lure, we don't get that threshold. This threshold is how I keep the island kind of clean and tidy. For example, next turn, if I do this set, next turn, I can prevent the Blight going down here and yoink this Blight here, which is still kind of giving me a bit of breathing room. Once I get to 5 plays, I'll have a bit more luxury in my life. The luxury to just lure people to the unknown. So, how much fear have we got? Possible double wetland build is getting a bit... Yeah, so that was a misplay. I think Elemental Boon should have been... I shouldn't have gone for this. I should have gone for this. Because this build was happening anyway, but I didn't really register that. Because there was this this build card here. Didn't register. So I guess we're just doing a load. We've got Town Drowns. Kind of want the benefit of having Dahan in my lands though. We'll maximize the energy gain in here. We can actually afford to eat one of these towns and still have this be the coastal thing. We do want to remember, we're not green. I'm reminding myself here. Peasant, you're not green. You've got to be very careful about this. Or more careful. In you go. Okay, so we've got rid of the double. 15 energy. That's a lot of energy. We could look at a major now. Hey, thanks for the follow, Shermie. So many dollars, yeah. We got a very cheap minor power. And if we can, I think reclaiming and looking at a major could be good. If we can get a big earth major this turn, that'd be pretty nice. And I like my plan of cleaning up this blight to kind of counteract this build incoming ravage. I mean, it's very defensive. And we need a beat stick of some kind. So yeah, I think we... Yeah, we're looking at a major. What do we get? Well, these are all cards. God damn it. So we won't be able to play any of these this turn, unfortunately, because we needed that fourth mountain. Do we have any... I mean, okay, Mists of Oblivion is a card that's kind of in theory okay for Ocean. In reality, especially against England 6, it's not as nice. But there should be an easy threshold. It should be easy fear, but we can't really play it this turn. I mean, that must be the card, right? Because this is basically a city with an extra fear on top. Oh, and any explorers that happen to be sitting around. Instruments is a flipping ridiculous card, but that threshold is not going to happen. Yeah, I'm not worried about the coast though. That's the thing. It can help me at the place I'm strongest. I think it's more interesting is this range boost, but this is not a card I use very often. The range boost is a bit more of use. Because it would mean that anything I gain in the future I could use. And interestingly, I could actually use it to bring my presence out of the ocean, which is particularly odd. That said, it is basically free energy in this coastal mountain, which is pretty good. That adjacent land allows you to push inland and back out. I haven't played that card with ocean before. Does it? Really? Is that? Did you just check that on the FAQ? Oh, there's a question. No, I'm pretty sure that's not going to work like that. Pretty sure. May not play or move presence into inland lands. Yeah. Like, what? Secret ocean tech no one told me about. So, might pick this up, but not to use this turn. So, we'd be choosing to forget either Call of the Deeps or Lure of the Unknown. Lure of the Unknown can just yoink a town into the ocean, which is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And this does... yeah, this basically enables... It would enable any beat stick at a relatively cheap price and kind of okay elements. And yeah, this... Although I don't like the idea of dragging my presence back into the ocean with this, because your coastal presence is so precious, it's alright. It's alright. Yeah, I think this is the one. Pillar, 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 pillar. Yeah, 5 damage is not a lot against England. So only Indo-Claimo breaks Ocean's presence requirements. Yes. Yes, only Indo-Claimo. Is the same from Jagged Earth that does it? I don't think so. I don't think there is anything. Oh, there might be an event. Is there an event that places a presence somewhere strange? Yeah, I think we take this, and it's also... It could be good here. But what do we forget? Forget Call the Deeps. One of these. Hey, Glimmer. I think there's a JE thing that allows it. Can't think of it. A hummingbird. Oh yeah, of course, the hummingbird. The ridiculous bird. So, it's one of these two to forget. We can, of course, use this inland, which is of some benefit. Could even kind of use it. Though, actually, this is kind of conditional. Wow, intriguingly, we can actually prevent this build. If you were to just have a side turn and go with flow instead of flow with call, we can actually yoink everything. Empty that. The major that melds 2 lands. Oh, can you leave the ocean presence in the other land? Or is it only... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a super rules peasant. Okay, so let's just look into the future. If I'm playing these 4 cards, what does that leave me with? Flow and then one of these for next turn. Next turn is this is not ideal. If we use flow with Call of the Deeps, that's guaranteed to get flow's threshold, which does mean we could yoink do this. I'm actually going to get rid of lure. And I'm going to bring this presence back in. Weave can do silly things. Joint land is coastal, but the split when weaved together expires is considered a move, and Ocean's presence cannot move to an inland land. Okay, well, there you go. Heard it here first. Okay, so again, we're chasing this vitality threshold. I need to remember to actually use Boon to get that 3rd water, I think. So we want Force Mountain, 3rd water, and we don't get fear out of it. That's the trouble. We go for the single air. Oh no, we do get it. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. So we're going to do that in here, and we're going to remove this blight because that's going to be the land that ravages next and makes us sad. is quite passive. So that's the downside to what's happening here. Add a town to a land with an explorer or town. Okay. Well. We don't want to boost this. What else have you got here? Disease the sand or mountain with the most buildings. That's a good candidate in there for that. And then each spirit that leads 2 to hard amongst lands gains an energy. Damn it. It's just retreated from that land. Poultry Speaker just dropping knowledge in the chat. Let's just add it in here. Okay, well, I think disease in here is good. What do we get? Each pet adds a strife in a land with Dahar. Okay, no choice about that one. And then sand ravages. So, blight is prevented from being placed there. Prevent this build with the disease. Coastal Explore, okay. Okay. One day I'll actually do some damage to these invaders. Okay, so we've got a Mountain Ravage next turn. So we are guaranteed one more escalation effect. Where are the builds? Sand build in here puts this to 4. Then we get a choice of escalation. So again, I don't really want to prune this. And the next turn, hopefully... Hopefully we can have a less passive turn next turn. But this Ravage, we could just let that go. Unfortunately, but then we'd be then they're on blight, but maybe we just don't hit the threshold if we get a strong enough major to make an offensive turn happen. And we've actually got just loads of drowning here. We can actually clear this land. Let's just clear that land. How about that? Because we don't want to do this every turn if we can avoid it. It's not really the ideal situation. In the sea with you. Okay, we're at Terra 2. Okay, we've got this. This is going to blight this turn. This might blight. We'll see how that goes. God, it'd be really nice. Do we have to? Do we even need to reclaim here? We can say very much safety first in here. If we do this, we actually get our range boost. This actually gets its threshold. And we can call the deeps to prevent this build. I know, against England 6, preventing a build is pretty nice. And we could also make this a safe Ravage rather than a slightly risky Ravage. John Boy wonders if Find will be hard to implement on digital. I don't. I think it's one of those things that might seem to be harder to implement than it actually is. That's what it looks like to me. Like, given all the stuff that's already been implemented, it doesn't seem like to. But yeah, I know nothing. I know nothing. They're going to build to 5 and then 6 with the escalation, and then the London thing becomes less of a threat. So, do I do reclaim? Do I do this? The 5th play is huge, especially given I've got this particularly cumbersome combo with Infinite Vitality that needs 4 cards to have Earth on. So I think I really want that 5th play and don't want to reclaim. So I think it is this option. The fact I've got this means that any range card is viable. In fact, I've got all the money in the world. We're also going to get some nice coastal presence doing this. We're going to clear both of these lands. This builds to 4. This builds to... Oh, we could actually eat some stuff from here with flow as well. Because these have both got a build before the escalation. So yeah, I think this is the pick. And yeah, I think it's not normally this bad, but as in needing the 5th play. Oh, there's Grant Hatred, and there's Land Thrashes. Oh, it's gorgeous. Also has the mountain on. We've still got our tidal boon, and we still, of course, have elemental boon, so we can get the threshold, get the real value. So we are cleaning up the inside of the island, so we might actually at this point stop taking care of the island so well. Vigor is okay. Actually, no, it's kind of bad with how things are right now. Grant Hatred is today the day for Grant Hatred to show its quality? No. Get on the... Bring me wood and oil, Grant Hatred. I mean, luckily they're already on fire. So maybe Land Thrashes. Well, yeah, it's Land Thrashes. Even though it doesn't do anything. Because the island's too clean. Someone's gone and made the island too flipping clean. Entwined power to get out of the reclaim loop. Interesting suggestion. We could use it to grab a couple of minor powers. And that's, I guess that's the thing as well, is that this is the range bonus, the buff of Land Thrashes is negated. This is like my top major for Ocean generally. Because like this is, I mean, Infinite Vitality is also one of my top cards for Ocean. But this is they're working against each other a little bit here. But I could deliberately leave some Blight lying around. I mean, for example, if I was to play it this turn, I could destroy a city here. Which is alright. It's a couple of fear. But what is Entwined Power doing for me? Interestingly, it will pretty much help me get... that's an interesting suggestion. Oh, what the hell am I going to forget? Don't really want to forget any of these. This does still allow me to get that 4th Earth with ease. It's just never the day for Grant. Poor old Grant. I knew a guy called Grant. He was quite a nice guy. And when I got a spike caught in my ear, it was Grant that came over and pulled this spiky... It actually was a tree spike that got right in my ear. It was Grant that came over and helped me. So, you know, you might diss the card that's named after them, but I'm forever grateful to Grant for that. Thanks, Grant. I think because this has the earth on it. I like this little synergy here with flow and call. And this is good. Like, you know, we will be, if we pick this, we'll be letting the island blight a little bit. We definitely don't lose Tidal Boon. So it's Swallow. And this is actually not a bad little turn. Actually. We can afford to do some flowing. We just want to chill. We don't want to push too much stuff. Just one city. Maybe for the fear. We still want the 5th play though. I like that idea of boon. Sorry, Entwined Power. I like that idea. But this is real power for Ocean. And having this means that I can deliberately ignore some of the inland a bit. So yeah, go take the 5th play, even though I've only got 3 cards. So, there will be a blight here. There are 2 adjacent blights, so we will get to destroy a city. Effectively, we're paying 4 energy for 2 fear, which is, yeah, it's not ideal. We've got a city, sorry, a town drown, and we've got flow like water shenanigans. I'm actually kind of more tempted to bring more presence onto the island to allow me to reclaim if I want to. Okay. So yeah, I think we still play it safe, especially as we do not have our starting defend card for that kind of cheeky fear, easy defend. We've gone for a slightly different kind of approach. Okay, now let's think a bit more. I've been very deliberately trying to make sure that this was London, but actually this is kind of, this can be London as well. We could just let this become London. So it'll build to 4, escalate to 5. We could just go for max destruction in here, just for the sake of running through the fear deck a little bit. So if we use this with Threshold, we could bring 2 cities and 2 towns. We could empty this land. At the cost of like a slight backward move for one of our presence. This will be surrounded by blight. It will have a blight here, a blight here, a blight here. Oh, it's only 3 blight. We're still not going to be able to do much damage in here. I mean, it's a lot of destruction. It's very cheap destruction. It's basically a fear card. Yeah, I think so. And we bring everyone. Everyone come in. This is too much fear to ignore. I mean, I nearly ignored it. We're also getting towards the end of stage 2, so I'm not too worried about... I'm not as worried about losing to the London thing. God, we're broke. Okay, what do we get in the events? Each town does +1 damage. Oh no. Extra Dahan. Each player may gather and explore a town into a coastal land. Defend 2 in all coastal lands. Sure. I'll bring an explorer town into a coastal land. Yeah, let's prevent that city build. That's pretty good. Don't mind if I do. Skip the next one. We'll build the build card remains in place instead of shuffling it. Lovely. You love to see this card, these cards. Just to make things really flipping funky. Okay, we've got ourselves some blight. Okay, so... Okay, so coast is before jungle. I'm actually going to make a note because I like to not mess that up. And I have I am sure I have made that mistake before. Okay. Okay, so we did get a plucky town coming in. And we have no ravage next turn, so land thrashes is going to be all sad about that. But you're not adding blight to the board. You bastards. If we make one of these London, that's preferable to this being London, that they will immediately build that third one again. Still better. Four damage is 1 city. Which is another fear card. Which is, yeah, which would we like? Okay, we have no cards now. We've got 31 energy. Crikey. We're still in a weird position of not really having anything I particularly want to forget. I suppose Call of the Deeps is not going to do a great deal for us at this point. And we've got enough energy, so I guess we gain a major. Don't like that I don't have a Sacred Site up here. I guess that was the price, but I did gain a load of fear for destroying these. Brady Deep, here we come. We'll see. Time will tell. You know, I'm not even sure if Mage is the right pick. Okay, we've got jungle and coastal builds. This has only 1 adjacent blight, so we can destroy the town that gets built here this turn, which is kind of good. That takes some pressure off. They're going to build up here. We should be able to get easy thresholds. We should be able to destroy a town in here, a city in here. So that a turn that involves that is probably Boon, Thrashes, well, both of these Boons, and then Thrashes, leaving us 2 other cards to play. Infinite Vitality might be the thing to forget now. So yeah, we've got a couple of things we can forget, either Call or Vitality. Or even Flow. But Flow might enable... Yeah, it might enable whatever major we pick. Okay, well, there's Cast Down. Which, interestingly... Oh, no, it does, of course, target coastal land. So we can't use it inland, even if we have extra range. But Sweep into the Seas... Okay. I am a prophet! I don't really want to sacrifice... I don't want to destroy the island. I know I am ocean. But I'm a more sentimental ocean, you know. I'm gonna... I feel like Sweep is actually the better pick here. Because then there's just 2 cities inland. We should be able to do loads of sweeping. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Oh yeah, actually wait. We don't have an easy threshold. We do have Elemental Boon, but we don't have the repeat straight away. Indo-Claimo, of course, is mildly amusing, but I don't think it's that good. Accelerated Rot. Again, we're short on the sun. Cast Down without Threshold does nothing for us. That's the issue. We can easily get that Threshold if we wanted to just have a Sacrifice Victory. Last time I got a Sacrifice Victory, the game didn't give me a Sacrifice Victory. I think it's because I was playing with Dahan Insurrection. Not trying to confuzzle you, but as I recall, the app correctly does rear card first jungle, but replaces the newer card incorrectly in the back. Well, that has confused me. Luckily, I've written it down on my bit of paper. The coast is before the jungle. It will be jungle than coast. No, this is exactly what happened last time, which is why I've written it. This is why I write it down when this happens. And now I'm full of doubt. Yeah, these have only just explored. Coast has not just explored. Last time you wrote it down, you bloody done a 1 before we saw it. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I don't think that's going to happen this time. Indo-Claimo could actually be a way of just racking up the fear. Actually, we could use it as a very expensive 3 fear card. And that's not bad. I mean, it's not great either, but it's also not bad. It also has the earth on. Maybe we don't sweep. Because if we've got a jungle and coastal builds... Yeah, I think actually Indo-Claimo. Not that I care about these elements at all. I mean, they'll help me get a little bit of fear and a bit of coastal eating if anyone shows up. Yeah, sweep's good as well. I think because I don't have a way of getting the threshold easily, I'm a little bit less excited about it. A little bit less excited. I think all of these are good apart from Accelerated Rot. Which is, yeah, this limitation. I think... I feel like I just wish this was like just better in jungle and wetlands. Rather than just, oh. So rarely end up picking it for that reason. So to get the sweep threshold, I need to basically find another sun card. And it doesn't have earth on it. It's Indo-Claimo. Did I click the wrong thing? What the hell? I'm now confused. Oh, wow. That's a blunder, isn't it? I actually meant to reclaim, and I clicked this. Ooh. Oh, well, that's... Well done, peasant. That's not... That wasn't intended. Booster parade. Yeah. Well, okay. Not the ideal turn, but I don't think it matters. Not... Yeah. Whoops. Farmer seek Dahan for aid. Yeah, I mean, I don't even have... Ugh. Okay. Add a town in a land to a land with Dahan next normal ravage becomes a build. There is no normal ravage this turn. God, what a big blunder. Spurn the invaders, add a blight to a land with at least 2. I mean, this is kind of okay for us. God damn it, that's such an annoying mistake. But I think I might be ahead of the game enough that it doesn't matter. I can just be frustrated about it. If we spurn, we can actually add a blight somewhere where we want it. Like here, for example. It will get very confusing, won't it? Just do the one that's easier. We do want blight on the board as well. And we've got a good place to put it. Sometimes this card gives you a very horrible place to put blight. So I think I'm going to spurn them. We'll add a blight in here. Though we could deliberately cascade as well. We're going to have a blighted island anyway. If we cascade, it gives us much more power. For example, if I destroyed this presence here, we could actually have a blight in both of these lands. Could be risky. Especially if we get a 2 blight card. Now, if we get a 2 blight card, we could redraw it. Farmers once made me lose turn 2 versus France. I hate that event. Yeah, me too. It's the worst. It's the worst single card for France. So it's a bit of a risk doing this. Wouldn't be a risk if I actually had a proper turn. Stop complaining, peasant. Stun, stun. See, this cascade gives us such a good amount of damage. I'm doing it. Let's see what we get. Promising farmlands, huh? That's okay. You can have your promising farmlands. Put it in here and we can just defend with Indomitable on a future turn. Because we've got 4 Dahan chilling in there. So we'll cascade in with this other city. And we've got a big blight pool, so I'm not as worried about that. Joke's on you, game. We're going for a fear factory anyway. Maybe. Lands with disease are not a source for invaders when exploring. No exploring the coast. That's alright, isn't it? Just imagine what I could have achieved this turn if I'd actually picked the right growth option. Okay, so no sand explore there. It'd be frustrating if this blunder costs me the game, but we'll see. Okay. Okay, peasant. What are you doing this turn? You're not picking this, you're reclaiming. Okay, we've got Coastal Ravage and Jungle Ravage. We've got a good counterattack here. God, I really have messed this up, haven't I? Okay, so I'm just going to click this now. So here's a good counterattack, chance to destroy the city and the counter. Would be good to do something about this. Do we have anything we can forget happily? Not. We could forget flow. The game swapped the order of the cards. No wonder everyone got confused. Oh, wasn't even paying attention. I'm not firing on all cylinders. I feel like I've been clear enough on that today. I hope I've been clear enough on that today. So, with 5 plays, we've got plenty of presence on land and the ability to put presence wherever, kind of not wherever we like, but wherever we need it. I think looking at a major is better. We don't have to keep it. And because we're in a position now where we don't care if we reclaim all the time. We really don't care. So I think we look at a major. We could even make a Tiger's hunting set by putting a presence in here. Not that they could target anywhere. But it is a very good fear card. $29 energy, get 2 to 4 energy mages. Yeah. Live in the little thing called living the dream. That's what it is. So I'm tempted to say it's just for fear. What a messy game. We didn't really gain a solution for this. I did want to defend in here, though. If we Indomitable with Threshold, we could maybe gain some useful fear. There's actually no high immigration build this turn. God, such a confusing situation. Yeah, I think fear typically is the way against England 6. I think unless you're Thunder Speaker... I mean, Ocean can wipe, but it's unusual. I think if I'd actually had a turn last turn, I'm not bitter about it. The trouble is, to make Tiger's Hunting actually work, I need to Indomitable Claim in here. But I'm not sure that's worth it. Because then we're missing out on a really nice counterattack, destroying this city here. Because we could have maybe had the win this turn. We might still have the win this turn. Oh, I can't. So to Indomitable over here, I need to use Flow to get the range. But that is possible. Oh, if I Indomitable over here, I can use Tiger's Hunting. Maybe I can win this turn. Can I win this turn? Like to give yourself a challenge. Less turns, the better. So, there's jungle and sand builds. They're going to build a town here. If I get the threshold on land thrashes, which should be... If I play Tidal Boon and Claim and Elemental Boon, I should be able to get that. So I should be able to destroy this city and this city here. Which means I just need to account for this city that's going to be built in here. And this city in here. There's nowhere I can actually target Tiger's Hunting to from here, apart from in here, if I use Indomitable. But that's actually not enough to clear that city. Over time it will be. But then this is going to blight. We've got 3 blight in our blight pool, which is... I don't want this to cascade. That's a little bit too risky. Though if I generate enough fear, then we might gain a solution, though there are no beasts actually in here. Just a weird defend card would have been good. Bloodrack Plague is not enough. It's only 2. It's only 2 and it's weird. I think it is Tiger's Hunting. Then what the hell do I forget? Cool, the deeps. Well, there's all of our thresholds. So if I Indomitable Claim with Threshold, then I can prevent the city build here. And that prevents the cascade. The cascade would take us down to 1 blight, which is too few. You could just lose to the event card in that situation, which is lame. I've already done that once recently. Don't want to do it again. So we could allow 1 blight to fall here. It's a shame about these Dahan. It's a shame. It's a shame. That means we don't need to use flow like water. Which means... Oh, we do have... Oh, there actually is a Ravage here. We could just use this simply to destroy this town. Simply. It's not a bad extra bit of fear there. It's such a dog's dinner of a turn. We should do quite a lot of destruction this turn. Flowing like water. Something like that. I'm still trying not to berate myself for just skipping my turn last turn. It was not 1 enough for that to be a good idea. X for HP cities, yes, Mr. P. That's because they're level 6, but level 5 grants English buildings an extra +1 health. Quite a lot of fear cards left, 7. Quite a lot of time though. Oh, so I actually do have... Oh, I actually don't need to flow like air to... Mutter. I actually can reach in... Huh? Oh, I've not flowed like air on myself yet. So I'm going to go from here and push... I don't really want to push this into the ocean, honestly, but I don't think it matters. That's just from playing a lot of ocean and it just generally being a bad idea. But I think it's just fine, peasant. Just relax. Tigers hunting in here. The beast could help us. Bring in another beast. We do have a fear card. We can't unfortunately destroy any of these, but we could... We might improve our odds in here by removing a couple of explorers. We do have this threshold, don't we? Yeah. I'm actually going to leave those beasts in here. Oh, actually, wait a second. I can only gather in 1 with tigers hunting. Just wondering, they might be more useful if I can gather them somewhere else. But in fact, maybe I'll push 1 into here. But we might get an event that does damage per beast. So I'm going to leave them both in there. Okay, so yeah, both stay. And what do we get in the event? On each board, add a blight to a land adjacent to a land with blight, and we can prevent it by destroying 2 presents from each board to be protected. Each beast generates a fear, or moves, and then add a Dahan to inland land with Dahan. Wow, we've actually added enough Dahan that they survive for the counter. Okay, thank you, Blight Spreads. Good for you. So we could just choose to add a blight. Do we have a good candidate for that? We either destroy 2 presents, which is we've got ocean presents we can destroy. Actually, don't think I think we destroy some ocean presents. Because this ocean presence doesn't really do anything for us. And we're going to gain loads of beast stonks here. Thanks, beast stonks. So we've got a good messy counter up here already. Each player removes an explorer and a town from a land with beasts, or an explorer from land adjacent to beasts. So we could preserve more of our Dahan in here. That's probably worthwhile. So currently they'll kill 2 Dahan and 2 will counterattack. Yeah, I think clearing this land is good. Or we could remove exploring a town from here, which doesn't actually make that much difference to anything. They're actually destroying the cities there. Destroying the town's good because it will prevent the rebuild. Each player moves and explores a town from land with beast disease or at least 2 Dahan. Wow. Out you go. Okay, so it's a messy counter. Messy counter. Action skipped in there. No build here because there's only one building in here. What do we get? Jungle and wetland explore. That's quite nice. We skipped 3 different actions in this jungle. Okay, so we are not in a position to win this turn, I don't think. We're 2 fear away from Terra 3. Do we have a fast city kill next turn? I don't think we do. The app swapped the order again, did it? Cheeky. Cheeky little app. So we've got the... We could actually push this town and drown it. I think that's worthwhile. There's not really a lot else to do. It's a little bit more fluid, a little bit more energy. And now we decide what cities to destroy. So, they're not actually going to rebuild this. None of these are mountains. So if we destroy this city, that's kind of cool. It's also furthest from the coast. How much damage do we have here? So this is actually, it's 2 damage if it's in the land and 1 if it's adjacent. So we've got 4, 5, 6, 7 damage in here, which is enough to clear both buildings. Here we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage in here as well. So then that leaves us with this. Which is ravaging next turn. So we could maybe Indomitable in there. Next turn. Or, how much is it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage in here. Not enough to clear off the buildings. So I think we'd clear these lands here. Unfortunately, they are going to try and they're going to rebuild this city in here. Wondering if it's actually might be better to kind of clear from the interior out, but I don't think it is. I think we just maximize the destruction and fear. And we might be able to gain a fast card that will... Fast card that clears a sands, actually. Not sure. We're more likely to get something like a fast major that will clear a wetland or mountain. There aren't that many cards left. So we do have a possibility. Winds would downgrade the last city, but Talons of Lightning is mountain or wetland, which only works. So we might be better off actually targeting in here, because then Talons can get us the fast phase win before all these jungle builds start happening. And given that I'm probably going to reclaim... Actually, yeah, I think that's the way. We improve our odds. Do you have any slow damage? No. So yeah, a bit of a... paying the price for skipping a turn, I guess. I'll do my best not to keep mentioning it. Best is not very good. Okay, so this is a slightly pathetic coastal build from the English. But we do have build jungle ravages, so we kind of want to win in the fast phase. What? You want to win, peasant? You're not playing like it. You're not playing like it. How many fear away are we? So we're with 4 cards. We've already, except we've almost got 1. So basically 15, 16 fear away. That's going to be very hard to do just on pure fear. Very hard. We do have a land with doubled up blight, so the event could just plonk a blight in for us. We kind of need to defend everything. So I think my best bet is to reclaim and look at a major. And hopefully clear this mountain. Sorry, this earth. Sorry. This mountain. 20 fear. Well, we've got 4/5 of a fear card here, so yeah. But it's still more than we're likely to be able to do with what we have in the fast phase as well, if you had that condition on too. So let's look at a major power and see what we get. Okay, there's the talent. So I'm glad I I'm glad I did that. Okay, so we can win it with talons. Because that will be the fast phase. City destruction. So, just as well that I played in such a way that was also a solution. Oh god, I've just realised. I'm just undoing it because the game will end and I won't be able to look at anything. So basically, I was looking for this card, or... I mean, this is great. This would have helped keep me alive a bit longer, but it wouldn't have won this turn. The other options were Winds of Rust and Atrophy to turn the city into a town. Actually, was there only the 2 options? I mean, Paralyzing Fright probably would have made it relatively easy to stay in it. Because we had three Ravages that mattered. We had Indo-Clamo in hand. We could have used Flow to empty this land. Oh, no, we couldn't, because they would have built Ravaged and there were these adjacent buildings. We could have maybe Indo-Clamoed in here. Yeah, it would have been tricky. But we would have gained a load of fear cards to help. So I think that probably would have been okay. But yeah, I don't think there are actually many cards that would have directly helped us with that in the fast phase. So Winds, Talons, nothing for Pent to work with in there. And no way of really making it work because there's blight everywhere, so we couldn't use Tiger's Hunting. So yeah, it would have been either Paralyzing Fright for better survivability or Winds. Terrifying Nightmares might have kept us alive as well. Just this jungle was a bit of a nightmare because it was going to build into the Ravage. Same for this one, and either of them would be a loss. Yeah, so we couldn't... The only one we could solve potentially with Flow Like Water would have been this one, but we don't have a presence in there, so it's academic. 20 choose 2 with 4 draws. Decent chance. Said that wrong, but I meant what I knew. But yeah. Flawless! Oh, well done. Well done. I approve of that. Have a raffle. Flawless. Apart from skipping a turn. I actually just picked the wrong growth option. Just not going to have a turn. How about that? Winning strategy. Terrifying Nightmares would have been 2 fear cards, which could have been the win. Yeah, could have been. Because, yeah, of course, Elemental Boon. I don't know. I think Elemental Boon was definitely the right pick. I know that people No one apart from me made the case for Elemental Boon. But this gave me so many options, you know. It was the Moon Mountain when I needed Moon Mountain. Yeah, I'll stop jibber-jabbering on. But yeah. So. I guess there are 2 beasts in here. We could have got lucky, but they would have built a city before the Ravage as well. Which 2 beasts might not have been enough to deal with. It was the right pick. I just find that most people tend to overvalue it. It is very strong. Next Principles for Ocean video, skip turns to win. Yeah. That's exactly it. It's training, you see. I was just training, you know. Taking a good position and making it really bad. Well, there you go. A bit of a mess of an island. Thanks for the well done. But it's the thing, I guess, is that playing specifically in case so that Talons is also a win condition. I guess that's serial killers. I'm gonna do the nod to the serial killers. There you go, 65. Wish it showed you what pounds you had and stuff in the screen. It'd be cool. It would be cool. Oh, nice win, Glimmer. Impressive. Very impressive. Do I have it in me to do another? I'm a bit low spoon. A little bit low spoon. I actually thought I was going to have to do a rematch to recover my dignity. Maybe I'll try and recover my green dignity. Though it's not very themey, is it? I guess it's yet another England 6 stream. It can be yet another England 6 stream, fine. People like the England 6 streams. Let's try and get some dignity. What board do we want for green? What board? Okay, so I'm going to resort to looking at what's in chat. So I'm going to read Prussia 6 is fast. It is fast. But then my theme's out of the window. At least I can claim these are all England 6. I'm gonna try and get green versus England 6 is not particularly fast match, but I'm gonna try. I think that's what I'm gonna go with. BP6 with shadows. No, I want to try and keep a coherent theme for the stream. It was initially going to be green, but we can call it England 6 now. I'm going to try and grab my dignity. Hopefully I won't skip any turns with this one. So people are saying BP6, so I'm going to take that as to mean you want me to play on board B. Minimal democracy. When my spoon count is low, democracy is out of the window. Okay, we've got Sand Explores. Okay. So the last game went wrong because I just didn't have enough raw damage. The raw damage I did get was too expensive. Let's try and learn the lesson. Learn the lessons. This coastal sands, nice counter. We probably want to defend 2 in there, so we might be grabbing this early plant. Maybe we just let this blight. The whole stem trick just doesn't work. Oh, we could just fields choke, push the town out. Push the town to the coast. Ooh. Push the town to the coast. We might be in an okay position to keep the inland clearish. But turn 1 is pretty much always the same with this spirit, so we'll make our sacred site in here so that we can target in here with our defend next turn. Maybe we'll put a presence in here. So we get an extra play this turn because of that growth option. And we're going to... Does leave us with a weird stem for the defend next turn, but I don't think... It can't be helped. So another opportunity to place in non-wetlands or mountains. So I'm going to make a sacred site in here, I think. Though this is, this is the starting London candidate. But we really don't want this to be London. We'd much rather one of these was London. Just prevent this build. You know what? I'm going to prevent the build. I'm going to clear the inland. If we get very lucky. Actually, we're not going to get that lucky. No, we allow that build. We're not going to be able to clear the inland. Stem would have meant you could kill one of the towns the first and 8. So needs. No, we're against England 6. Stem trick doesn't work against England 5 or 6, unfortunately. Alas. Because they've got the extra health. The stem trick is a great start to pretty much any other adversary. But that extra 1 health makes all the difference. Sports training montage. Glim has been training hard to be the Spirit Islander we know today. Stupid England 6 ruining our fun. I know. But I mean, that's kind of the point of England 6. It's meant to ruin your fun, isn't it? So we're going to defend in here. Just have to hope we don't get wrecked by the events like we did in the last game. Do we just push from here? Let's push from here and make this... Yeah, let's push from here. Make this our London candidate. Butts training. Skipping button. Never skip butts day. Well, word on the street is that Blues is the new exercise king around here. The nice thing with green is that we can actually see, we'll know what the event is before this ravage, so we'll know if we have to sacrifice a presence or not. So, now we look at a card. So we'll probably end up playing both of these, but... Is this right? Yeah, we need the energy, yeah. Let me look at a minor power. So, things I like. Okay, these are much better than the already been offered 2 cracking cards. Reign of Fun and Gift of Fun. 2 of my favourite minor powers. Just sad to be offered both of them, but better both than neither. Gain a minor... Sorry, Reign of Blood gets us the water that's so useful, and a fear card works wonders against England. Against any high-level adversary. Rain! Gift of Constancy is also pretty ridiculous. It's less impressively ridiculous. But it does mean... This takes the game in a more unique direction. Which is tempting, but these guys have already beaten me once today. Maybe I can't afford to be unique today. Because this could mean you go Constancy Gift next turn. Gift again, silly stuff. But Reign of Blood is pretty nice. The trouble with Reign of Blood doesn't have the plant on, so we can't actually play it this turn. Because we need that 3rd plant for this defend too. That's the trouble with that. Constancy, Reign of Blood, a tough choice for the Pisa. Yeah, pretty much 2 of my favourite minor powers. These guys, I mean, this does have the moon plant, but this is not a card that does much against England, unfortunately. So yeah, given that I can't play either of them this turn, that would have been the easy tiebreaker. If I could play one usefully this turn, because I need to reveal this plant element and play 2 cards with plant elements. So that these are not... Or, I guess I could alternatively just allow that coastal sands to blight. But I think it's such a good counter for us that we don't want to do that. So, in that case, these are something we're going to be using the turn after next. When we are up to, hopefully, 3 plays. Except we might not be. Oh no, we will be up to 3 plays. At 3 plays with the plant revealed, we are then completely free in our constancy or Rain of Blood. Constancy allows to accelerate much more quickly, because it will mean we can double play Gift of Proliferation. Disorienting Landscape should probably cost 0. It does. Interesting. Maybe if it had more elements on it. Bigger range. It is a good card. It's a good card. And against a lot of adversaries, it would do a lot. Maybe if it was push 2 explorers. So it would work against France or awkward Russians. Conditional effect, conditional targeting. Wilds tokens are very good against a lot of adversaries. At 0 cost, I think to make it a 0 cost card, you'd probably need to reduce the number of elements on it, which would be grim. You'd be in like a root biter situation where you just never want to draft it. So I think I would actually rather it just maybe had push 2 explorers to different lands or something wacky, and then maybe stick on another element of some, maybe a sun or something. But yeah, I can see that. Okay, so basically the Gift of Constancy is for not this turn but next turn. Constancy would allow me probably to skip to go an extra turn without reclaiming, so actually gain a whole other card, have more energy, reuse major powers. But this is just such a great fear card. It does also have the water on. Deep into the tank. All right, let's actually look at even more detail. So this turn, we defend. They build a town in here. They remove the blight in there. So then we reclaim with these in hand. Or wait a second. Could even go straight into looking at a major with gift in hand. No, terrible, because you've got your growth card, so you definitely want to reclaim. There are plenty of other fear minor powers in the deck. I think it's Gift of Constancy. Also, it's a bit more interesting. It could be a mistake, because I know for a fact that those kind of fear powers are really, 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 really useful. They're incredibly useful against England 6 in particular, but against any high-level adversary. Whereas this is more like, it probably is going to be really good, but it might do nothing for me. Okay, let's just make a sacred site up here. Oh, do we have any... Where are the Dahan? Actually going to place one in here for these Dahan. We might get a beneficial event for that. So yeah, we want to try and get that defend, which we'll get from the overgrow. So could overgrow into here, but this is also it's a horrible defend because you need the extra Dahan to just successfully destroy a town in the counter. So we could overgrow in a knight into here, so that we're set up to prevent the blight placement in the Ravage next turn. Yeah. So we need that plant. So we're going to get our 2 defend. Well, hopefully the event won't do what it did in the last game. On each board, choose a sacred site, gather an explorer into its land, and add an additional explorer. Okay. And then we've got disease to jungle and wetland with most buildings. Remove a blight from land with at least 2 Dahan. Gather an explorer and add an additional one. Wow, this is actually a preventable build. Does sometimes happen in the early game against England. Let's gather into here then. Because there's only a single building adjacent. It's unusual. It's unusual for it to happen with... Oh, it's because I pushed that town. That's why it happened, yeah. Okay, so... Good counter in there. We'll allow this 1 damage ravage. And we've got our explore. What do we get? Wetland. That's good. Okay. So we've got Creeper's Tear and Stem, which will do nothing. So that's just how it is. Sorry. Well. We'll annoy them slightly. That was fortunate. Yeah. It was. It was somewhat what I was going for with the push to the coast, but I didn't expect it to actually pay off. We actually might be able to clear out the inland. It heavily depends on what this card here is. So I feel like reclaiming and looking at a minor power might be right. So we've got no ravage in here. We've got this ravage in here. If we gift a proliferation, we'll just prevent that ravage. We've got a build here that's going to be prevented by the disease. Build here. So we've got 3 London candidates, which is pretty cool. I feel like if we can sneak in a major like soon, we actually have no ravages this time, so it's a good turn to use Gift of Constancy. Could even be a turn to use Proliferation and Overgrow for like super acceleration. Do I? So if we place this 3rd presence, so I think, yeah, we reclaim. Wow, we could be doing Overgrow gift. That's a lot of growing. And we could just look at a major power, but I kind of feel like if we do go something like Overgrow gift, so that next turn we can reuse whichever one of these we prefer. The extra minor power might be more helpful for us than a major right now, because these are both nice 0-cost cards if we can get to the 4th play very quickly. So I think I will look at a minor power. There are still some minor power, like we want a fear minor power. I know we did just get offered a fear minor power and rejected it for gift of Pizzo's favourite minor power, but still. Green claws with all these gifts. Yeah, we just need more gifts. Whereas if we get a major power, if we get a disappointing major, that's just really sad because we will have gained nothing. Whereas I think even a crap minor power is going to potentially be more useful. Because we need that fear minor power. I think that's another way that it went wrong in the last matchup. Okay, what do we get? Well. Well. So, what do I think of this, eh? Is it a call to bloodshed kind of? It is extra damage and it's slow damage, but the targeting on this is funky. Fear and Disease is nice versus England. It's true. We can use it particularly in the sands. Can I help keep the sands under control? Does have water element, which we like too. But it's also kind of very forgettable. I could quite happily just forget that. Am I really considering going Gift of Proliferation Overgrow? Is there actually any benefit to that? It would mean we get a bit more energy going early on. Then what does the turn look like after that? We'd have 4 plays and maybe gift back. So if we go overgrow, gift, gift this turn, then we would have these two left and probably gift. And we'd be able to get to the high energy pretty quickly. Worked pretty well during the plague, eh? Yeah, raised peasant wages, which is nice. Well, worker wages. I think going gift overgrow is just it's just silly. It's a silly turn. I think it's the right play. The trouble, yeah, we'll get to have one of the, we'll get to have our gift back. Okay, the thing to consider is that we are going to have a double sand build this turn. I don't have a way of preventing that with the cards that are here, and it's going to be a bit unfortunate. This is such a pathetic fear card though, and it's too late for these sands. Enticing Splendor, though. Now that's a card. They're going to build a city in here this turn. We didn't draw any defend cards. We'll be at 4 plays though, and we'll soon be able to get these, but yeah, not that soon. Yeah, I think it is a flesh rot fever, flesh rot fever kind of turn. Not that convinced though, as you can tell from the wrinkled face. Do we just let this land blight next turn? Prevent the ravage in here, let this one blight. We're still relatively healthy. We've got blight on 2 different land types, which is preferable. We'll get in that 3rd play so we can do silliness. Nah, we might end up just placing a presence in there anyway. And then we just go Womb. I mean, we could overgrow in a night so that next turn they don't double build in the mountains. We don't really want them to be double building all the time. And this turn doesn't really generate any fear. Unless we use this for fear. Or we could... Though if we do that, we don't get the 2nd moon, so we only get 1 lot of Creeper's Tear. So I think we go all in on this, and it might be a bit messy. And we should be able to start looking at mages next turn onwards. Okay, constancy, proliferation. Get that sacred site, prevent this ravage this turn. Overgrow. Do I just do that in there? The thing that's going to be horrible is these double builds. If I overgrow in here, then we can kind of... But that's actually a decent defend. Against like a city and a town, if we can get to 2 water, 4 plant... Oh, except that because it's this build, it's going to actually be another explorer and a town, just because of the nature of it. So that maths is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Unless I flesh rot fever in there. So I could just place this in here for preventing the ravage when this wetland comes up. I think that's also fine. It's okay. Okay, we get here. Add an explorer to land without invaders or Dahan. Not applicable. Sunshine. What actually happened here? Explorer destroys a beast. Each spirit with at least 3 Dahan among all its lands may use a slow power now. Wow. I don't believe that this matters. It's 2 damage to buildings. Let's not use it now. Okay, so we're going to get a double sand build. Boo. We'll allow the first one. Do you want to allow the second one? I don't think I do. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll keep Gift of Proliferation. Because this is forget fodder almost immediately. Do I prevent that city build? I feel like I do. We're still within a shout of keeping the inland clear. Okay, Mountain Ravage will prevent this one. The other good thing about blasting through our presence now is that if we can keep the island healthy, we'll be in a position to be placing our destroyed presence in the growth phase, which is nice. So I think we allow... I think actually we prevent this build as well. Do we? Because we always get to place in jungle and wetland. And if we're going to proliferate next turn, we could place in the other one. And it is a city. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, wetland. So, where do we want London? In this sand? Sorry, in this sand or this mountain? Or this wetland? Well, I think you'll find, Jim, we want it in wetland. It's adjacent to a jungle. It's adjacent... Well, yeah, it's just the ideal place. We've got pointless creeping to do. Okay, so now we can reclaim. Let's just reassess this. So, we're going to have possibly a double build in mountains. They are going to build in here, unless we can do something about one of these towns. Or, you know, maybe the fear. Fear will do something about that. So, can we get away without... We're not reclaiming this turn, are we? No. So, we're going to... Oh, this is only a 4 damage Ravage. If I'm playing stem and fields, then it should be pretty easy for me to get a 4 defend in there, which is nice. So, I think I keep the proliferation. But the thing is, if I keep gift and look at a major power, then I'm kind of happy. If I look at proliferation and use it one last time, because Overgrow is not really... This is actually a good card. It's a good card. Or it can be a good card. Whereas this is about to become completely useless. Yes. So I think we've got a turn that's going to cost us 2 or maybe or possibly a major. So I think we look at a major here, potentially forgetting one of these cards. We might even forget proliferation. We're kind of ahead of the curve anyway. The trouble is we're not really... We still haven't gained our kind of our fear minor power, so it could make a case for a minor power here. We're still not particularly wealthy. And we're still at the stage of the game where minor power defend cards are actually valuable. Or things like that. But we do need a beat stick. And the sooner we get it, the sooner we can be getting the cards that will enable us to get thresholds with the beat stick. So I think maybe we could even go with placing 3 presents this turn, maxing our tracks this turn. Is that actually worthwhile? Not really. We kind of, the extra play is irrelevant. Don't think that's really that. Yeah, no, I think we'll get the extra energy earlier, but that's no great benefit. So I think we do this. Major or minor? There are nice slow powers that if we could use them this turn, that would be great, wouldn't it? We've got the defend even if we just use these 3, so we don't care. The major can be anything at this point. Yeah, I think we start looking at major powers. What do we get? Okay, this is kind of Indo-Clamo is too late. It's just too late for it to be worth most of its value. Smothering infestation, huh? It's a jungle or wetland only, so it's only good where we're already strong. Bloodrak Plague is a small bit of defending. And disease. Rough. Indo-Clamo is a big defend card. Is it time for Smothering Infestation to show its character? Though 3 damage is not a whole hell of a lot. There's disease, but... we're not so wealthy that we want to just throw energy away. I mean, Unlock the Gates of Deepest Power is kind of... does have some potential. You think Smothering gets a lot done? I guess it does work in lands that aren't... it does do something in non-jungles and wetlands. It's 2 fear, 3 damage. Oh, it's 3 damage. For some reason I read that as 2. Okay, yeah, that is good then. We've got very easy thresholds. It helps us with our defense. We can substitute it in for something we don't want anymore. Yeah, how did I miss that? 1 damage to each invader is going to clear any pesky explorers. Yeah, we don't even have to try to get the threshold. If we were to use it with stem, it's still horrible outside jungles and wetlands. So this is only going to be jungles and wetlands. Probably we forget Flesh Rot Fever if this is what we're drawing. Maybe Overgrow. But this is the fear. The fear. Field Show with Growth is actually a super useful card. I want to keep both of these ways of triggering Smothering, especially as we do have Gift of Constancy in the picture. Feels like a decent placeholder beat stick. Yeah, we could maybe replace it with a more BT beat stick. Is it Flesh Rot Fever? Is it time for you to go? The nice thing about this hand of cards, though, is that it is multiple sets of water. Overgrown Night's kind of pricey. Now I've actually got a major power. Maybe just get rid of Overgrow and regret it bitterly for the rest of our days. Have you ever considered the benefits and merits of bitter regret? Interestingly, the stem just for an extra damage is kind of intriguing. Do I forget Overgrow? Yeah, we've got mages. It's too expensive when we're playing with mages. It's too expensive. Okay, quickly just... so the Flesh Rot Fever is almost certainly going to be better than one of these. Though, we actually... oh yeah, we've got a plant on our tracks. And we'll have an additional plant on our tracks. Bye-bye Flesh Rot. Oof. Surprised you. So, given that we've got a mountain build... mountain double build, this is going to become the new London. We definitely need to hang on to stem to help with this problem land. Stem... so where am I going to smother? If this land is no longer London, we probably should just smother it. But we could smother this land in here. Try and keep the interior clear. So if we were to use smothering in here, it would be 4 damage. Well, 3 damage and then an additional damage. So it would clear a city and these explorers. So an extra bit of stemming isn't going to make any difference. How much creeping have we got going on? Bit of creeping. Bit of creeping, and then maybe we've actually got a town if a town ends up in there. In a pinch, stem plus smothering stress rod innate damage can do work in Mountains Desert. It's a pinch. The trouble with getting this far in placing this much presence, it becomes very hard for us to actually place presence in mountains and deserts. That's the trouble with it. So I just don't think stem's going to do much for us this turn. So I think we put the flesh rot in instead. Yeah, we're going to be at 3 energy gain each turn next turn. But yeah, this double mountain build's sad. Is there anything I can do about this? This build in here? No. Shame. Okay. So we've got the defend 4. So yeah, we'll keep on. We'll defend in there, and we'll place this presence in a sand or mountain. Or will we? Yeah, we'll place one in here to deal with the ravage. It's going to probably be too big for us to deal with. That's 4 defender there. That should be fairly safe. Let's see what we get in the event. Each city does +2 damage. Steady on. Here's Festering Pits of Fun. Add a disease, ignore disease during builds this invader phase. And Fierce Mean, 1 fear per land with invaders where Dahan outnumber buildings. Okay. Damn it. We didn't get any Fierce Mean. But we can add some disease somewhere. Now, it's not going to work this turn. If I do have an option about where to add my disease, I probably want to add it in sands or mountains. I probably also want to add it in lands that don't have Dahan. So maybe this one here, maybe this one here. This is about to become London. Let's add it here for future turns. Okay, they've got the double build in here. So I could destroy it, but I feel like I want to save that for the Ravage. So I'll allow that second build. Okay, and we are just going to keep the island as clean as we can. Okay, so we have a choice of Londons now. We'll keep it in here. Got those jungle explorers. Okay. So we've got one lot of creepers tear. We probably need to consider clearing this out because this is a build and then an probable escalation effect. That could be a problem. This explorer here has kind of meant that the cat's out of the bag with protecting the inland. Flesh rot fever. We can add a disease in here and it might just solve that land. It might kill these Dahan. Could push the Dahan somewhere else. This is now a 7 damage Ravage, so we can't defend it with anything we have right now. Yeah, I've got a strong need to prune this London here, especially as we're not doing anything in the fast phase. We need to do something about this. So I think that means we could just place presence on and prevent builds, I guess, but I still don't like that. We don't have that much. Our presence placement now is going to rapidly slow down because we do not have the option of gift proliferation. So let's take out a city because it's better for fear. Oh, damn it. Of course, the stem would have been an extra. Never mind. Never mind, Pizzo. So we'll finish off a town. Oh, no. No, we won't. That doesn't finish off a town. Tut, tut, tut. So... I mean, I don't like putting this in with the Dahan. But it could just mean this land isn't a problem. Though this is quite defendable. We need a sacred site for the targeting, but given how water and planty we are, we should be able to defend this easily. So yeah, let's not flesh rot fever in there. This already has a blight in. How many presents do I have in with Dahan? A few. This also has Dahan in. This is going to build a town, so it's going to go up to 5 damage, which is a bit gross. We just prevent the ravage though, so it's fine. So I think we definitely put this in a sand. We'll put it in the sand that doesn't have Dahan in. So, fields choked with growth. Currently we have 2 London candidates, that's the same. We'll defend in here, or hope to defend in here, so I need to make sure I place a presence in one of these lands. Although I kind of want to defend in here as well. Possibly a mistake has been made here. Oh, I could push this town from here into here maybe. We're in risky territory though. If the disease token, for example, doesn't prevent builds, then we could just get ruined by this escalation in conjunction with this build. So I don't want to push into there. Don't want to push into here either. Could push into this mountain. Push this town out. Because this is build ravage as well. So really this, I kind of just probably want to prevent both of those ravages. Might push this Dahan into here. Not sure there's anything better. There might be. There might be something better, but I can't see it. Doesn't mean it's not there. Okay, so an ideal world would place a presence in both of these lands, but we don't live in an ideal world. The only way I could do it is by choosing this option to place an extra presence and then using steady regeneration. So I guess that means one of these lands is going to blight, especially as it's build ravage. There's no world where we want to skip our reclaim here, so let's not make that mistake. We've only got 4 energy. Smothering is I think it's a decent thing to do on our turn. It's keeping us generating fear and destroying stuff. So I think with that in mind... Oh, we're going to be on 3 energy next turn. You can do it with proliferation using innate placement from Deadpool. You can't. You can't use this. You can only use this for growth. I can't use it with Gift of Proliferation. Alas. Which is why this is now actually a completely dead card. So I could look at a major this turn. Even expecting to never use it. But yeah, you can't. Because when you're adding presence to the board via growth, you may option use your destroyed, but I can't do it with the other ones. Save the last remaining presence for proliferation. Oh, okay. But I've got a free presence place anyway. And given that I want to prevent one of these ravages this turn. Okay, let's gain a major. Oh, use the fleet. Sorry about. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it makes sense. Derp a derp a derp. That's pretty derpy. Let's get there in the end. Thank you, Glimmer, for your persistence. Glimmer's this is the special Glimmer is persistent raffle. So thank Glimmer when you win. If you are Glimmer, don't forget to thank Glimmer all the same. Wait a second. This is an easy threshold given I've got constancy. I could actually use it to bring a counterattack into here. And how much 4 defend? Which in conjunction with my innate defend would be enough to get a good counter in here. It's cheap as well. Although we do have this option here, which is nice, and we will try and use this as much as possible, we're still not able to afford the big swanky cards. Sea Monsters, though, is wonderful. Do we have... We've actually got Flesh Rot Fever. We're missing the third animal element to make it absolutely ridiculous. But it does need so much energy. Pinata Prodigy. You did it. You did it. You did it. I quite like this. It's a good counter. It destroys a city. It's so cheap, the amount of work it does. We do actually have a use for Gift of Proliferation this turn, because we do, doesn't? Still might forget it anyway, though. Or do we think about keeping Sea Monsters? Now, we have lost the best companion card for Sea Monsters, which is Rain of Blood, because of these lovely elephants here. Hey, Glimmer, well done. You won. How did you manage it? You crushed the competition. You're an intent. You know, a lot of people, they just saw you'd entered and were like, I'm not going in there. Losing my dignity like this. Okay, I feel like Sea Monsters is good on this map board, right? Because 2 of the 3 coastal lands are not jungles and wetlands. This land here is built up and it's a wetland. It leaves us only this land we can't hit with it. The trouble is, I'd probably have to just hang on to it for ages. We've still got 6 to hand, so Trees and Stones is pretty good. For that reason. Poison Land I like a lot of the time, but I do actually have any good way of getting this innate. This is actually Plant Mountain. We only need 1 pip of that. We're pretty watery and we've got both of our plants now. Poison Land might not be a bad idea. It's affordable, you see. The other thing is, with constancy, we can play Sea Monsters, you know, multiple turns in a row. We can actually use this to have the energy we need to play Sea Monsters. But Trees and Stones Speak of War is also just... We can use it to defend in here. Defend in this turn. Like, destroy this Explorer, move over here, defend in here, come back here. My head is held high as I run across the line. I run against myself. The empty lanes to my sides do not face me. Crikey. You are looking strong for winner of the week, but Blues is looking even stronger. Taking it to the real world with exercise. It's going to be hard to beat. But you're doing well. I guess the trouble with this is it's very conditional on the Dawn. But Sea Monsters is such an almighty beat stick. It's fear, it's damage. We've already got... All we need is one more animal element, and we've got the threshold. If I was to pick it, I could... What would I forget? Maybe stem. Forget stem. And maybe try and gain a minor power that has animal. I think there's pretty good odds of us being offered one. And then this can do real damage. Enough damage to justify its cost. Hey there, Mr. P. Up for some very stiff competition. There is no stiffer a competitor than yourself. And there's no stiffer a competitor than Glimmer. It's just like a double stiff situation. Don't know what I'm going. I don't know what I'm saying there. Sometimes the words just fall out of my face. We might even be able to move this beast somewhere. This is like the colossal beat stick that we kind of need, right? Forget stem. Maybe Field's choked. I think I prefer forgetting stem. Use Gift of Proliferation this turn in the way that our Lord and Saviour Glimmer outlined. Yeah, I think with Flesh Rot Fever kicking around, I think it's right. So I think we lose stem. It seems weird to lose though, given that we do have this kind of damage to each invader. Maybe it feels choked with growth. It is good. The proliferation allows us to keep the island clean for a little while longer, which is useful. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so gonna do the what's known as the Glimmer trick. Gonna add that one. So we have 3 plays. You can do more of this. We do have a fear card, so no double builds for us. Could try and hang on to Flesh Rot Fever for possible Sea Monsters Flesh Rot Fever next turn, though the odds of that being pulled off are low, because we then need to actually draft, especially if we play Stem now, we'd actually need to draft a water animal card, though we probably would be reclaiming one of these. We're actually 1 water away from being able to remove Blight in the fast phase. But the constancy is what we're going to need to actually play Sea Monsters. And have a good turn next turn. Potentially. So we're preventing this. We're going to proliferate into here. We're going to prevent both of these ravages. This is going to build either removing disease or build to 5. We can build a town in here. Who cares? Going to build a town in here. We could smother in there. Take care of that land, gain some fear. We could constancy, and we can bring back probably stem because it's cheap. It's a cheap way of getting the water, which makes a lot less pressure on actually on the minor power gain. I'll keep my thoughts clean. I don't want my mental self anthropomorphic personification to get fresh. Certainly don't. So I think probably I'll be reclaiming this. Reclaiming Smothering Infestation is going to be beyond the budget. If I hope to play Sea Monsters next turn. Okay, let's imagine that I play Sea Monsters and I'm not able to get Threshold. Am I sad about that? How sad am I? It will still do destroy a town and gain 2 fear and set up for a much better turn the next turn. Would be pretty sad. But, wait a second, would we have any decent defends? We'd want at least to defend 2 in here next turn. which we could get from this, potentially, if we had... So, yeah, we probably would be reclaiming stem, because it would mean we'd get defend too. Yeah, I think we're reclaiming stem. Hey, thanks for the follow, SDono45. So, yeah, okay, after all that nonsense. So we do have all enveloping green, but it doesn't matter this turn. I suppose we could allow for the possibility that we'll get to keep our presence. Does the online version include the expansions? Good question. So this is the Handle version, and currently you can get the first promo pack and you can get Branch and Claw for it. And they're actively working on the multiplayer, like a kind of a multiplayer for it right now. It's not, they've not set a date that I'm aware of anyway. There's no planned release date, but they're just working on it. It'll be done when it's done. It's highly likely that Jagged Earth will be made for this, but it's not actually been set in stone. Or like, yeah. Because the devs are cool and they do things when they do them. There is a way, and there is of course Tabletop Simulator if you want to play Spirit Island on your computer in a different way. I prefer this way. I like having my rules enforced. I like thinking about the game, not the rules, especially when I'm jibber-jabbering. Okay, so replace an explorer with a town. No ravage with disease or... Okay, we might have got lucky there. Each player may push and explore a town from land with Dahan. So we could actually push this from here. They'll still build because it's England. And England are like that. We definitely don't want to... Do we have anywhere we can cheese this? Yeah, we definitely don't want that to happen in there. There's no real benefit to it happening in here. But we know we're going to save a presence in here. That's pretty cool. So I think I'll, yeah, replace this and then push it. And that makes it an even safer defend next turn. Lots of jibber-jabbing these days. Jabbing especially, also some gibber. Yeah, let's try and mix it up, you know. You can't just go jib-jab, jib-jab, jib-jab. You've got to, sometimes it's got to be a little bit wonky. Each player removes Explorer from a land with a beast, disease, or at least 2 Dahan. A whole Explorer? Wow. Okay, so we're allowing this build, but we're preventing the ravage. Okay, we're preventing both of these ravages. I mean, that's generally how it goes. You're going to lose a presence anyway, so unless you've got defend and a counter, there's not much point not doing it. Okay, in here. So my plan was the smothering infestation. Let's sanity check that. So how many stage 2 cards have we got left? 2 more. 2 more escalations. We've got a definite build here. We've got a very high likelihood of an escalation here. It could be coastal lands. So the smothering infestation, it could be a good thing to do in here. Just to gain some fear, clear some stuff. But doing it in here just clears this land out. Feels somewhat risky. Oh, okay, that disease that was there got removed by the build, which is why it didn't prevent the ravage. I just processing that in the back of the pea brain. I mean, I may as well allow this build. It doesn't really make any difference to anything. And just deal with the ravage with the presence. Yeah. Because if I am starting to do sea monster things, this is kind of... I don't want to be worried about this. A little defend in here would be nice, but I don't want to have to think about this in here. So we'll allow that build. And we can prevent this ravage next turn. Coastal lands. Okay, no escalation. Only 1 more escalation to go. So hopefully I'm going to be able to do enough damage with Smothering Infestation to have the Fear card, preventing the double wetland build, because that's still dangerous. This is guaranteed to be an escalation now. So we could lose in either of these lands if that goes awry. Oh, another thing to think about is that sea monsters can target coastal or wetland, and they can't target in these jungles. So this is also a good kind of might make it better to do in there. So we can gain 3 fear from this, but we're kind of missing out on some bonus damage that we could do somewhere else. Wait, 2 builds, an extra pre-ravage. Yeah, so England's 6 is kind of gross. They've got this thing where their fear pill's got an extra fear in it. But here's the thing. During any invader phase where you resolve no fear cards, perform the build from high immigration twice. So it's pretty brutal. And it's not instantly... You don't instantly lose, but it can be bad. So I'm going to prevent this ravage. I'm going to just try and make sure I get this fear card. Because I've got no fast fear. Because I, for some reason, got rid of my starting card that gives me fast fear. Seemed like a good idea at the time. So yeah, we'll prevent this ravage. We'll defend this next turn. We should be able to do that with Sea Monsters, Flesh Rot, and Stem. With this innate. So one of these lands. This one is coastal, so probably we'll hit that because it's about to do more things. It's about to double build, in fact. So we get to do 3 damage in here. We're actually going to get to kill a town as well. Because we've also got Creepers tear into mortar, and we've got stem the flow of fresh water. Okay, so that's meant that we only have a single wetland build now. Oh yeah, and it's pre-ravage as well, Mr. P, which it can be, yeah, can be pretty brutal. Especially coastal lands is when it typically comes up, because of course coastal lands is going to overlap with other lands a lot of the time. Okay, so I really would love to do some smashing with sea monsters. So, in order to maximise my chance of that, I want to reclaim stem. Because that means it's got the water on that I need. Then I only need the animal element. Now, there's a high chance I'll just draw something that's terrible, though. But my odds of getting an actual water animal card are low, especially as I've already discarded the best one. So we'll get stem. And we're going to be looking at another power card now. So we're defending here, prevent this ravage. There's going to be a build in here, an escalation build. This is going to go to 6, which is worrying. So this might be the sea monster's target. But hopefully it won't be too late. So we're going to look at a minor power card, because we've got a spend of 6 this turn already. Though there is a major power that'd be really nice for us, which would be the Fangs in a Box major power. What's it called? I never remember what it's called. Tiger's Hunting. Fangs in a Box. This would be great. But we can't. Our odds of getting it are low enough that I don't want to risk that. Because if we do get the threshold on this, that's an extra 4 fear and 6 damage, which is huge. So we are looking at a minor power. Also, we can't, even though we do have constancy, having a few more powers would be good. It would just be a power up. So let's see what we get. Ah, none of those are animal elements. Unbelievable. There are a load of... They're all got water elements, though. This is just a straightforward defend card that could come in handy. Though, interestingly, Call to Trade does have Mounted Plant as this Renewing Rain. Call to Trade's a very powerful but funky card. I'm not sure... I don't think it's necessarily going to be that helpful against England, because it does help your opponent's build. You can use it. The interesting thing, it does so many things. It doesn't work beyond Terra 2. But it gathers a town and a Dahan. and, you know, turns a ravage into a build, which is interesting. Renewing Rain. Interestingly, Elusive Ambushes is kind of tempting. It's extra defend, which could be useful just to go for an actual... No, because there's only one Dahan there, which doesn't do a lot. But maybe in this Coastal Sands, after the build, there's going to be an extra town in there. So that'll be a total of 8 damage, which, if we had Elusive Ambushes and All Enveloping Green, we'd be able to defend with a counter of 2, which is a city. Now, Renewing Rain we could use to remove this Blight. I'm not that worried about that particular Blight. We can actually... We've been in a position where we could trigger All Enveloping Green at the highest level, I think. You know, it's not seemed to be that worthwhile. But that doesn't mean it's not going to be worthwhile soon. Because this Coastal Ravage could be pretty horrible. Maybe we take Renewing Rain. That could allow us to... Well, it might not be ideal, but it might mean that we can clean up this Coastal Sands if it blights. Especially as there's already a Jungle Blight in here. Sad about our sea monsters. I'm almost thinking, do I just not play it? I think I have to play it. Because it's a chunk of fear. It's going to be 3 fear. But the beast going down will be kind of have a ramping effect. Though this Elusive Ambushes are also kind of good. But I think this Blight cleanup could come in pretty handy. Okay, so... Let's put this... Because the nice thing about having a clean island is that we can afford to just drag presence out of the bin with steady regeneration. Oh, sorry, Glimmer. Saying to Mr. P about it making it possible to get quadruple builds in a land when combined with the escalation effect. Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. Brutal. So... Yeah, I think the Sea Monsters is still worth it. Just about. With Flesh Rot Fever, we should at least gain the next Fear card. It's a bit of a trudge. And we are going to reclaim next turn. We are reclaiming next turn, so... Might even be looking at another major next turn. Though I think that the assist minor power for Sea Monsters is still huge. That's not changed. It's still just as huge as it was moments ago when I last mentioned it. Oh, peas and ants. You nearly made a dire targeting error. But luckily you're a professional Spirit Island player. And you noticed that you didn't have a sacred site adjacent to in here. Oof, that's close. Very close. It's a mistake I've made enough times that I don't make it as much anymore, but I do still make it. So yeah, needed that sacred site for this targeting. Means we don't have the ideal presence placement here, but that's fine. We can plonk one down. We can plonk one. Okay, so what our event is. When exploring once per board, place a town instead of an explorer. Add a beast to a land without blight that has a towns, and then Dahan defend a little bit. Okay, well, that beast has just powered up, just doubled the power of my sea monsters. So, where am I sea monstering? Where does it go? Anywhere with a town and no blight. So, this is a guaranteed escalation effect. It's going to go here. Let's make sure that we smash this land a lot. I know it's not about to... These lands are about to ravage, but I think this is still more important. Each player removes an explorer from an inland land. Wow. That's amazing. Okay. So, let me just quickly check I'm not murdering myself. We definitely had a fear card. This is only a single build. Then this escalation is going to be an additional build. Okay. So I'm going to allow that build. And then we have Good News Ravage in here with a counterattack. And we will prevent this Ravage in here because it's a very bad news Ravage. This is looking a bit gross on the coast. Okay. So we've been offered... They're going to go to 6 now, but there's no more unpredictable factors here. Oh, wait a second. There actually was one. When exploring once per board, place a town instead of an explorer. So that could have been a way to lose if this was a wetland explore. So we'll allow that build. Yeah, allow that build. Is there any reason to allow it? It's another flipping city. How much damage are we doing with our monsters? We're adding a single beast, and then a bunch of fear, great, and then 6 damage. So that's 2 towns, or a city and some explorers. Or city and an explorer. Given that there's only 1 explorer. So these are going to shift across. We're definitely going to want to place a presence in here for these ravages. We've got sacred sites adjacent to these ravages. In or adjacent to these ravages. We might want a sacred site here for renewing rain if we let this one blight next turn, because it's sand. Sand blight removal. It's also 6 damage, 2 towns. That's the thing, we're only placing 1 presence a turn now, pretty much. If you want to use stem in there, you need that sacred for targeting. Oh yeah, good call. Because what stem would do is give me an extra damage, so it could mean that this 6 damage becomes 7 damage, which is a city and a town. Good point. So now, it's giving me the choice of land because the first one's going to be a town. Let's make this into a horrible land and maybe let it die. Because remember, we have sea monsters. So yeah, probably going to be destroying this, or sorry, removing the blight. Okay, we're into the fun phase. And we've got flesh rot fever. So okay, renewing rain only has 1 place to do anything, which is here. This is the only place with blight on it. And then we've got sea monsters in here. For a chunk of fear. And 6 damage. So that's a city and 2/3 of a town. And then we can stem the flow in here. Finish off that town. And then flesh rot fever. We can... Where do we want another disease? At the moment, I'm veering towards letting this land go. And then cleaning up afterwards with renewing rain. We've got the blight buffer now, and we've cleaned this. That could happen. It's a bit grim, though, isn't it? It's a little bit grim. We've already got a disease in here. The other places to put disease are here, which is kind of cool. It's in with a load of harm, which is unfortunate. Oh, this is better. Let's prevent a city build in here. East jungle for disease. It's just East jungle. I mean, it does it's going to prevent this build, doesn't it? But then I'm not so worried about these tail end builds. This build here is preventing a city build, which feels a little bit more concerning. Ooh. I think. Yeah, we've got the Dahan here if we can counterattack fairly easily. Okay, so lots of Blight's going to fall this time. Well, we'll probably prevent a couple of them. So we're going to reclaim. We're actually low. Ooh, we're actually lower energy than I'd realised. Because I'm not really counting, apparently. So it's definitely a reclaim turn. We actually can't afford our sea monsters. So we definitely want a constant sea this turn. None of our... There's nowhere really where our little defends are relevant. So it's going to be an odd little turn. I think cleaning up with Renewing Rain is probably the call. It's a bit brutal. The trouble is to target it, we need a Sacred Site. And if I prevent this Ravage, that's that Sacred Site. Maybe if I get a good defend card, I could combine it with my innate defend to do something in here. I think either way, we are looking for the card that's going to mean I can use sea monsters as an absolute wrecking ball from a fear point of view. So I think it is still a minor power. Even though we do have Gift of Proliferation, which we can forget. Yeah, and this turn is going to look pretty low key. It's going to be a gift, renewing rain. Yeah, I think minor power here. Little reminder: proliferation can still move presence into mountains and sands. Not really worth the energy most of the time. Yeah, interesting. It also gets you your creeper's tear. Now I don't really have much creeper tearing stuff going on here, but it's definitely something I just never think of. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. So I think we look for hopefully an animal minor power. Well, okay, fine. Apparently there are no animal minor powers. I mean, gifted power is great as well, but it does we're just delaying getting the animal power that we crave. It is. I mean, it's a great card for us though. It does have the moon plant that I was talking about. What about Shadows of the Burning Forest for some fear? I think the animal... I mean, it's such a huge boost to sea monsters. It just goes through the roof. Bear in mind, this repeat means that if this is making 8 fear, it suddenly goes to 16. So I think we go with this, trying to get that animal. Because we could maybe have 2 fear and a potentially useful push sometimes. But this is more. Okay, so the other thing to think about is I actually don't need to clean up this turn. I don't need to use Renewing Rain this particular turn. Might be better to wait a turn, just prevent both of these ravages, let this blight. Then what have we got? They'll build again in here. We pretty do want to clean this up this turn. Do we let both? Actually, I think, given that we've got sand into sand, the cascade is the worst thing for us. I think I'm going to make a Sacred Site here in order to clean this up so that we're not so worried when this Ravage shifts across. I mean, not that I'm worried, you know, no one's worried. It's fine. It's all under control. If we have a cheap turn, then sea monsters are definitely more on the menu. We'll keep flesh for sea monsters, of course. And for our 4th play, I mean, we could play Smothering Infestation because we will get 2 more energy from Gift of Constancy, but then we're just kind of broke. That's the trouble with that. So maybe we just stem. And we're letting this land blight in order to clean this land up. So we need to keep our energy, so I guess we play this. Actually got fast blight removal now without even really trying, because we've got both the Gift of Power and Renewing Rain. We're going to get to Gift of Constancy something back as well. Could well be Renewing Rain, because we're also going to have this sand to think about. But yeah, we'll probably be able to defend that by accident next turn. Okay, so Constancy. We are going to let this one go. I'm going to defend it. I mean, this probably won't be enough. For the rest of this turn, explorers have +1 health. Beast stonks. Probably no beast movement. There's invaders everywhere. And we get an extra Dahan. Good old beast stonks paying off. So everyone has +1 health now. Outrageous. Each player adds a strife in a different land with at least 2 invaders, then each invader takes 1 damage per strife it has. Okay, well we have successfully defended in here then. The thing we know is that there's no buff to the damage, so we can strife this city, and then this defend is fine. Do we have a better use for it though? I don't think we do. We could gamble that we find another 6 damage in here, and maybe with hindsight, maybe this was better the other way around. We are throwing away a presence there. We would have been. But this is a lot of damage. It's 10 damage. Even with the 4 defend, very low chance that that would be solved. Like this has been solved right now. Okay. Each player adds a strife in a land with or adjacent to beasts. Invaders skip their normal explore and builds in lands with beasts. Strife in a land with or adjacent to beasts. So let's put a strife on this city here. We're now hopefully going to be in a world where we're clearing this land very soon. If Gift of Power gets us a flippin' animal minor power. I can dream. Okay. So, Coastal Ravage. We get lucky. Oh, we do have stem. We could finish off a town this turn, could we? We've also got Creepers turn into mortar. Could actually kill the city. Well, that's definitely worthwhile, isn't it? Okay, we'll prevent this ravage. And this one, I'm sorry, I've let you down, coastal friends. Doing what I can. What's our explore? Jungle and wetland. Wilds gets rid of one there. I think the fear card's prevented some stuff going on. Okay, let's look at the new information first. Are we going to get an animal minor power? No? God damn it! Tried so hard to... How many cards have I looked at now specifically? Okay, Dark and Tangled Woods is pretty nice, just for the fear, but it's expensive. And yeah, not really what I'm looking for. Okay, we've got Build into Ravage in this sand down here, and that's actually kind of serious. Because that will take them up to 7, so we need to take some action in there. It's unfortunate because I really want to smash this wetland with sea monsters. But I'm probably going to be forced to hit this with sea monsters next turn. So Cycles of Time and Tide is nice, but we're fine for blight removal. So probably just the fact this is Fast Fear is probably the case. Lure of the Unknown's terrible against England at this stage of the game. For what I hope are obvious reasons. I guess they wouldn't be obvious if you haven't played the game much. It needs an empty space for invaders, and there's nowhere. There's no such thing as empty space. So that's another city down. And we'll clean up this blight. And Creeper's Tear, I think, is not going to do anything for us. So, given this situation, build into build, it's not a double build because we've got a fear card, but I need to pay attention to that. Could be we take Renewing Rain again to clean this blight up, but actually there's no immediate pressure on that blight. On this land with the blight, and the blight will actually buff sea monsters by a damage. No rush to clean that up. Well, that first one anyway. And I really am in a rush to get the animal element, but I really want to use this turn. So I'm probably going to be going with gaining a minor power card and 3 energy this turn. Oh, I just need a little defend in here. If I play sea monsters, I've got 2 plant on my track. I just need 1 more plant for 2 defend, which could be Dark Tangled Woods for a little bit more fear. Do I take Constancy so that I can play sea monsters back to back and have the extra energy to be able to afford sea monsters? I think so. What happens if I try and gain a minor power with Animal Element and I don't get one for the... How many animal elements? They must, all the remaining cards in the deck must have animal. I got offered a few early and then missed my chance. What does minor power deck look like now that you've siphoned off all the non-animal cards? It looks pretty animally. There's a lot of animal cards left. Quite a lot of non, though. I mean, what is particularly good? Teeming Rivers would be nice. Swarming Wasps would be nice. Sap is always nice. Quicken is always nice. Prowling Panthers. Yeah, lots of stuff that's good. With the Call the Hard Ways, probably nice in this situation. It's not a disaster if I don't get the animal element when I target this. Because we will be able to just destroy a city. And, I think I take the Constancy for the sake of sea monsters. Just need to make sure that no other buildings get in here. And think about, for the presence placement, think about the upcoming jungle well and this, of course, is a nice defend. 6 defend. Oh, we could actually use our Dark and Tangled Woods next turn. So probably we're reclaiming next turn, but we might be able to keep on eking it out because Constancy is Constancy. Is Constancy Constancy? Yes, it is. Yeah, that's pretty insightful sometimes. Okay. So, are we going to get an animal minor power this time? Yes, we are. We're going to get 2. Guardian Serpents. It even adds more animals. And it has Moon and Mountain. And it's a defend 4. Consistently Constancy. Absolutely. Savage More Beasts, you say? It's a good card. I mean, it is 2 damage in a world where I am doing, you know, chunks. Like, I've often got 1 damage that's doing nothing. So actually, this is a town for 0. The crucial thing being 0 energy. But this is an extra beast. It's an extra beast gem. The fact that this is 0 energy does feel relevant. Of course, we are in a world with Gift of Constancy. I guess the other thing to think about, though, is that actually Sea Monsters is not great for Constancy because I kind of need the companion cards as well. So there's that. So I guess this is going to be an occasional big splat kind of deal. But beast stonks are still beast stonks. I think this is probably the right call. This, of course, is also not completely restricted to jungle wetlands, but it somewhat restricted. This is also giving me moon, which is also going to kind of give me extra creeper's tear. So this turn is looking like flesh rot, sea monsters, guardian serpents. Oh, I don't have the third water unless I play flipping this. Oh, it's a disaster. Pizzo, 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 what have you done? All your water's in the discard pile, you peanut. The trouble is, I don't have fast ways of doing anything in this coastal sands. So I need to do something about it this turn. So maybe it's just sea monsters. Morby Scott Hackett versus England 6. How dare you? Look at these more beasts. They're doing the best they can, alright? So yeah, this is a problem. But I think the only solution I've got is to use a slightly sad sea monsters with no buffs. Just to keep it in check. I mean, it will still be, you know, an amount of fear and some damage. Like 4 fear, which is like a bit gross. It's not great for 5, but it will potentially build. So maybe I'm wondering about the energy situation. See, the thing is that it's 0, right? Okay, and it does need a sacred site, but it is fear. And it could be 2 damage. The defend 4, though, does add up to defend 8 in a land like this. So I am going to take this. Do we use sea monsters next turn? No. That doesn't work, peasant. It doesn't work. So in order to successfully use Guardian Serpents, I kind of need to use it here. But this land cannot be targeted by sea monsters, so it's not a great place. It's just not a great place to add extra beasts. I mean, it's all right. It'll do. We might even be in a situation where we use this cheeky little option here to place a presence. Or even the gift proliferation yoink. Because we do need to defend in here this turn. The trouble is, the only way I can get Smothering Infestation to actually get Threshold is to play it with Fever or Sea Monsters. Oh, we've got 11 energy. Because I can't count. Considered this revolutionary technology, peasants, called counting. So we could have a silly turn. Silly turn. That's a silly turn. Just blowing all of my energy that I've ever had. But quite a lot of damage. Unfortunately, it's the only way to get the threshold at the moment. Because, I mean, I guess it's cheaper normally. I wouldn't normally have to play Smothering Infestation. 7 energy for this turn. When or if you figure out counting, teach me your ways. Yeah, I'll do a special video series on counting. It's about time. So we do have the all-enveloping green in here. I mean, we do get to do some of this, which is a chunk more fear and damage. How are we doing for cards? Bit of a way off. But this is such a significant amount of extra damage and fear. It goes from being 3 fear and destroying a city. Sorry. It would be 4 fear, including the fear from destroying a city, which is alright. And then it goes up to an additional can't do math today. An additional 7 damage and 4 fear, which would be another chunk. I mean, it's huge. It's a huge boost. We'd also incidentally get to do the Smothering Infestation. Do we have a better way of lining it up? Is it better to wait a turn? No, we don't have that option. Unless we do some painstaking presence rearranging. Which I don't think is an option. Yeah. Okay, so we're sea monstering in here. Twice. Probably. Though we could see monsters once in here and then smash the hell out of this land. That's also possible. Because we're not obliged to play in an adjacent land. So if I was going to play it over here, I could just put an extra beast in here with Guardian Serpents, which is basically an extra 2 fear and 3 damage, which is pretty huge. So that I mean, this would go up to, on the repeat, this would be 8 fear and 12 damage, which wouldn't clear it because England, but it would do quite a lot. Thing is, our regular defend is kind of accounted for next turn. Where else might we want to put a beast? It's so much fear, though. How far are we from Terra 3? Flipping miles. Flipping miles, Jim. I think we could have this as like a bit like a fear farm. I mean, it's not a fear farm. It's a bit like a fear farm. That's what we're getting our event. In the single land with the most invaders, push an explorer town to each adjacent land. It's the BFL favourite. Well, that does change things a bit, because what it does enable is ridiculous sea monster action in here. Because we no longer care about this land. We can push a town into each of these, can we? Push a town into here and explore into here. And just double smash here for like 16 fear. Because there would then be 4 beasts in here. Poor BFL. Traumatized by local diaspora. It's understandable. I'm always amazed that people still rate Thunderspeaker as like super strong. Because they're so vulnerable to events. I mean, I know that events can be positive for them as well, but... Undisputably an absolute powerhouse in base, even if I could never really get my head around them. But ooh, we get some Beastonk investments coming in as well. So yeah, I think we just, do we push into this land here? So this is going to go to 6 instead, which I don't want. We could push this town into here. Push this town into here. These are both then going to be on 5. That's fine. That's just fine. That's just better. That's just a better situation for everyone. So beasts are now going to gain me all the fear in the world. Not 1, but 2, but 3 times in a row, Manifest smash my local diaspora. Smashed by local diaspora in digital. God, that's so brutal. So harsh. Okay, oh, it's another one of these. This time it's on the Explore. We'll see if this one flips backwards and forwards. So we're skipping the next normal Explore, and then we draw an additional Explore card. Okay, we've got Sand Ravages. So we do have a Blight on our island. Outrageous. I guess it all depends on what this Explore card is. And we'll allow this build because that's fine. We'll just deal with the Ravage. And we'll allow this build as well. That's fine. We're about to do so much damage in here that we'd be sad if we cleared it. And we'll allow this build as well because we've got a good counter in here. Okay. So, Let's just quickly sanity check this. The double hit in here is ridiculous. Do we clear it? I'm pretty sure we're not going to clear it. I could just do the maths. Let's just do the maths. Okay, so we add a beast. And then we do 12 damage. Which we then get to do, if we do it again in here, we'd then do 15 down, 27 damage. That would clear it, yeah. So I think we clear this land. It also means we've got another Ravage not to worry about. And just the fact is just so much fear. That's that land cleared. We can prevent this with just choking the land. And this one. And we can defend in here with Guardian Serpents. And all enveloping green. Maybe have a turn off sea monsters to get our energy back. So yeah, the double monsters. It's a lot of fear, Jim. So 8 fear and then 12 damage. Four damage remaining, huh? I wonder if it would be better to hit somewhere else as well. It's just, I mean, 8 fear is so much fear. And the thing is, I think if we do go this route, we are not going to, we're still, even if we destroy a lot, we're not going to win by, there's so many cities on the board. There's no way we're winning by a Terra 3 style victory. It's going to be a Terra 4 victory or not a victory. So yeah, I think this is right. But interesting, we do have this. You know, I wonder if this could be kind of combined with this to do, you know, a load of extra damage. But that 8 fear. Yeah, I think we just do it in here. Too much fear to pass. Yeah, especially as like now we're going to be in Terra 3 as well, which means that all of these cards are getting upgraded, and often it's a huge power up for those cards that you already have, right? Okay, so we do have some. Oh, we've got a bit of creeping to do. Got some flesh rot feavering to do. Ah, yeah, that's not a bad target. So we've got 3 damage and then 1 damage each invader, so we could kill a city in here. There's a load of explorers in here, though. This is a good defend. Is it worth killing all the extra explorers? Actually, the Creeper's Terror is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, it is irrelevant. Because we're going to just prevent this Ravage anyway. Oh yeah, with the Creeper's Tear, we should be able to destroy a town as well. No, peasant, no. Oh, yeah, let's kill these extra explorers. Bad peasant. Only 6 cards. Push, amateur, I know. And they're only at Terra 3. Weak. Okay, so this turn we've got this Ravage fine. This land is empty. And we might just be hitting this again. Okay, oh no, we can't afford to. We've got to have a turn off. Can we squeak out a little bit more fear to get more cards? More cards. So we're actually 8 fear away from winning. Yeah, if we reclaim, we don't have the energy for sea monsters. We just have to accept it. So build here, taking this to 6 possibly if the disease doesn't work. No build here. We don't have, yeah, we don't have a way of making the extra energy, do we? Mid-turn. Not with, well, not with what we have here. Okay, so reclaim, and I guess what fast cards have we got? So we're going to prevent this ravage. Defend, defend. Gain a little bit of fear. And we have the fear cards might do a lot for us. Yeah, let's gain a minor power. Oh well, okay, we might be able to cheese that out with spur on. Not off. This is not something I get to do very often. But I could use Gift of Constancy with spur on to net gain enough energy to sea monsters. I actually almost mentioned this. I thought, oh, so it's not going to come up. So, but that does mean I'd be spending 3 of my 4 actions just noodling around trying to get a win a turn earlier. All 4 gifts. Have we got... wow, that's a lot of gifts. It's like flipping Christmas up in here. Constancy, proliferation, power. Okay, so how much of this turn can I do without playing many cards? Oh, this is gonna, if I play Gift and Spur, it's very tight. It's probably better not to do that. Just adds elements. If I go Gift of Constancy and gain more energy, I could then basically go up to two. So this does cost an energy, but Gift of Constancy gains you 2 energy. So I could play Sea Monsters this turn by playing it in the fast phase using Spur. I don't think it's necessarily good, because I basically have to have a 0 cost turn. Aside from the Sea Monsters. That might still work though. I mean, I could still... No, I don't think it would. It would be... I'd be letting a lot of blighting happen. Actually, just in this land. But I almost want to do it just to see. But I mean, yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't work. Okay, you see it. Okay. I mean, what would it actually look like? It'd be you play Gift with Spur, then you have 2 other plays left. But they'd have to be 0 cost, so we'd be stuck with these 2 cards, Stem and Gift of Power, which would give me defend 4 somewhere, which would defend in here. We don't need to defend in there. Actually, you know what? It does work. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. It works because we're green and we're ridiculous. So we can make it work. Because that's what being green is. It's about being ridiculous. We've actually got 1 more energy than I thought. Oh, no, this is correct. So we Gift of Constancy to get to 5. We Spur to spend it. And now we play this and this. Doesn't actually matter about those, because we can just prevent all of the ravages anyway. Do we have a build loss? No. So then we see monsters in here to get our final 8 fear. Clever Spot Peasant, thanks. This is like one of those little things that I think, oh, it'd be cool to do that, but I just, never get to do it. Okay, so the defend doesn't matter. In each land with at least 2 towns, replace half the towns with cities. In each land. Crikey, that's a lot. A lot of extra cities we've got on the board. Luckily, I don't think it matters. Okay, and what else have we got here? Push 2 to hard for land with cities to land without cities. Ooh, does that disease... The disease here has prevented this ravage. Not that it matters. Doesn't matter. Oh, these guys are going to get scared by the sea monsters. Let the fear thing happen. So, we could skip a ravage somewhere. This defend is fine. So skip this ravage then. Defend 3 in all lands. Wow. Each player chooses a different land with Dahan. Invaders take 2 damage per Dahan there. Okay. Each player may gather 2 explorers or towns into a coastal land. Defend 4 in all coastal lands. I could just make myself lose potentially, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to skip it. Don't want to lose. Skip the next normal build. Alright. Is that this build here? Remove 2 explorers or a town from each land with Dahan. Remove a city from each land with at least 2 Dahan. Okay, this is quite a big one, I think. Oh, it's not that big. Okay, so we've got a ravage here, which is will allow this one. And explore. It's going to be a double explore. Just there might be a combo where that could have been horrible. I guess if the event was something to do with placing towns in the explore. Okay, so we're now into sea monsters time. How much fear do we actually need? We do still need all 6. All 6 sea monsters. Oh no, it needs invaders in there. Peasant, you absolute flannel. What are you doing with your life? You've messed it up. But hopefully not punished. Let's see. I'd forgotten I needed flipping invaders in there. It's an easy mistake to make. Okay, if we hit in here, there's a blight, so we'll get to do 4 damage and kill a city, and we'll get to stem the flow. Hey, Matthias, you just caught me at a very embarrassing time. Just made a horrifying error. I'd forgotten that you actually need invaders to be scared of sea monsters. How foolish I've been. Just scaring those poor darn shitless, yeah. And that doesn't get rid of Europeans. Okay, let's just... Do we have fast fear here? No. We've got fast fear on our hand though. It's going to be fine, don't worry. It's okay, I see you're winning anyway. Easy game. Yeah, I did make mistakes. See, actually, yeah, I think it's... But it's not quite the win I was hoping for. I was hoping to win with sea monsters, which I would have done, but I forgot that I needed the invader. But it's okay, we can win in another disappointing way instead. We can just win with dark and tangled woods. Because we only need 2 fear now. Shambolic. It's a flipping shambles is what it is. Anyway, I think that's about all my brain's good for today. I actually did better than I thought I would. Thanks so much for joining me today. I'm going to run a little raffle. What do you think of 2 Spirit Island streams a week, eh? What do you think of that idea? voted joint favourite. Not that many people voted, but the people that did. And going to be more Spirit on Friday, hopefully with my physical copy. But that kind of, I do sometimes have to downgrade. Not downgrade. Downgrade, it's like more like do something that is less taxing for me, which is not having to enforce rules. So yeah, it's not a downgrade. It's just different. But given that this was meant to be a physical stream, but I didn't really feel up to doing a physical one, hopefully a physical one on Friday. But we'll see. We'll see how it does. All right. So while that raffle is running down, let's see who's around for Reardon. Reardon. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Do I have eyes? Can I see anything? Well, ooh, Dad is on. Dad is playing some cozy Zelda. I'm feeling in the mood for Dad. My brain is a bit not that a Dad stream is a a lesser intellectual experience, but I don't feel like watching a crunchy strategy game. So we'll rate Dad. Dad's playing Zelda on the N64. But yeah, tomorrow, Factoria, it's starting an hour late because I've got an appointment. An appointment. And remember, next week I'm going to be away. So if there are any streams, they will be impromptu. I probably would try and announce them with as much notice as possible. But yeah. And then back with a brand new schedule and a new face. No, the same face. I'm going to keep the same one. Keep it. Oh yeah, and people might want to see this other information. Might have a good score. I mean, it's quite a healthy island. For the... Am I slowly becoming a serial killer and caring about my score? I just kind of want the score to be the magic Twitch number. Is it the magic Twitch number? No, it's not the magic Twitch number. It's 68. How disappointing. Let's be honest, your quick stream because you thought I'd give another deadly suggestion. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to practice with... Hey, nice win, Glimmer. I didn't get a chance. 3rd win on the trot. Wow, impressive. Remember, you can get your wins as name and base, so you might let me know. In the Discord, probably the best place so I don't forget. But yeah, so maybe Habsburg's Friday. I'm going to be packing, and I'm actually be traveling across the country on Friday, almost directly after the stream. So I don't want to do anything too taxing because I want to have a few brain cells left for the road. Base definitely needs more Z Glimmer names. It does. It really does. It's crying out for more. Glimmer might want some of the games. I actually have some new ones to add. I should add them soon, TM. All right. But yeah, thanks for joining me today. Back tomorrow, an hour later than usual. And we're going to raid Dad Wrestler. Dad Wrestler's super fun, super cool, super dad. He's like the dad I wish I'd had. If you have Max Grain emotes, get them out. When join us for the raid. It'll be fun. Well, it'd be nice. Nice to see all those Max Grainos. Could make a raid message. I'm not going to do that. Maybe some salutes. That kind of thing. All right, I'm going to trail off because I've still not made an end screen. I should make one for the new year. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. But yeah, more Spirit Island Friday. So if you've saw me in the board game category and you think, hey, this guy's an idiot. I want to see more of this guy being an idiot. Friday. And it'll be physical copy, hopefully, but it might be digital. We'll see. All right. Blather, blather, blather. I'm going to cut myself off now. All right. So...